Roll call.
Okay, thank you.
Coach Swan,
Here.
Christopher Eaglebeck, Tom Bradshaw, Cowboy Wright,
Here.
Stanley Woodenite Jr.,
Oh.
Michelle Hollowhorn Bear, William Yellowhawk,
Oh.
Robert Redley,
Oh.
Charles DeBray Jr., Bill Marshall,
Here.
Wayne Frederick, Emily Boyd Valandra, Alvin Bearhill Sr., Sherry Wright Blank, Pamela Wilcox, here, Lila Christensen, Michael Bolt Sr.,
Here.
William Kendall,
Here.
Ben Blackburn III,
Oh.
Marion Little Thunder, here. 13. We have 13 present. We have a quorum, so I'll call the meeting to order at 10:07. And shall we? Well, can you do prayer for us? Okay, do it.
Ja, watchimapia ka hektakia. Ila watcha joka ka ka hektakia watcha chapik ka. Lena obani chata apia ka hektakia ya woglag whicha shana woglag we na ikacha we. Na we ki wab ob bako hiktaki ob wab yaka wakte yaka hektakia ya dako wa shetka we chotka che wajila chate wajila. Watcha chapik lo na le. Dako wala kapi hena da wala koptolo na oyate ogna ea we chothachi na chate waji thaka la woyik cha chapolo na da wala koptolo na la betupi ea thaka ka khaja na wakhupa ko zawoto pa hena kiksha pikta khata ko ashte chetka hem se hochicha wana ea bloketo ye na wana taetuki na wanetuki hena woyik chapalona oyatiki ogana woyik chapalona la dako wagala kapina ha dako ashte chetke se dako ashte chetke na uchozani woki wangala ka wabla za wachi chapika hem se ochi chapiklo na la petuki dako ashte chetke na wakip kapi wachi chapikta pochi chapiklo mitaki omanzanik tlo mitaki oyasi
Thank you. Okay, request to be excused. We have Alvin Bearhills, Charles DeBray Jr., Todd Bearshill, Wayne Fredericks, and Lila and Royal are here. Cowboy.
For the, I'm not sure.
Anybody else? Need to leave early, Marion? Marion and Cowboy added. You guys would entertain a motion for the excuse? Motion by Bill, second by Mike. Question? Votes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting.
Oh, 2.
No.
Not voting. 3 not voting.
11, 2, 3?
11, 1, 3.
11. And Sherry walked in at.
Sherry time.
On our agenda today, we have the Blue Water. They're going to be providing us with a presentation here. CDC, Mark Cruz he's an assistant to the RFK Junior, and he's down here today meeting at Health Administration with Ogallala and Cheyenne River on Zoom, and then he's going to come by here and we can ask him some questions, compacting questions too. So I think he's going to try to come down after they serve lunch up there. And then we have casino and gaming. Chris.
Yeah, I'd like to add to the agenda. What's up? I would like to add to the agenda the petition resolution bonus that we made up last Wednesday. Just so that our Oyate knows that we got a bonus.
Any discussion on that?
Yeah.
Royal and Cameron.
Ja, mi ja хотел се напечем с папало. Але тако. За војот чаапало. Лел happy ha. Коскала ка уже учони една капи. He војот чаапи. Hekta I would like to also address that there was a young man or young people that there's an issue going on our reservation as far as vodka. And we talked Tepi hekta Mikhachi leg bullagers. Takuxi hena Yoskopi hekta was tesnilo. Chaheogna. Miza Wogalaka Wachi Hekata. Morning administration Dona Yaibina. I had didn't go good with me. Last night there was a young man, there's young people that vodka on our reservation and a lot of alcohol poisoning and headcut hena wogalaka wachina toskit hena bootleggers and stakuchti ya skopi hena trecha hena washteshnicha. I would like to add that to the agenda if we get some time. Yeah. Hello.
Tammy.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
I would like to add the RST fair, the sergeant at arm positions, Ejiko, and dog control. And I guess, I don't know if I need to add this or not, but to possibly move the meetings to the 16th through the 18th of September.
Yeah, we've seen a motion for that.
Okay, but those ones right there, I would like to have.
Move next are the 16th and 18th.
16th through the 18th, which I believe were of September.
If you add it to the agenda, then we can discuss it.
And then we do have 3 committees here: Ethics Commission, Election Board, and Sergeant at Arms. You want to add those to the agenda? Maybe we could select on those.
Yeah.
And then we do have some time-sensitive resolutions too. We'll put those on. And I have Michelle and then Totes.
Good morning. I need to see if we can get some issues regarding the police department on the agenda as far as immediate hiring. We lost a bunch of officers and they have some officers that they would like to hire, but they don't have backgrounds done, and one of them's been waiting for over a year for a background. So if we can get that council to make a decision on these temporaries until their backgrounds come back, or unless we can I don't know, somehow have AG's office expedite those because they've been waiting so long and we need officers ASAP. And then there's one that wants to transfer too. So we can have a discussion on it.
We'll add that on, that maybe something administrative. And then Topes.
Good morning, everyone. I had the resolutions also, Sergeant at Arms, but can we also have a planning meeting for next week? We have a lot of things that we need to address. Winter's coming, applications for housing, just all sorts of stuff, and we never meet. A lot of admin leave. We need to sit around this table and we need to discuss some serious issues that are coming up with the people. As a body, we need to discuss. We never get to those things. We make motions and things are pushed on the wayside. You know, some people probably think that we'll forget about it if time passes. We need to address those motions also next week because we work for the people and we're hearing a lot of questions asked. Can we also follow up? Our AG was supposed to look into working with Sunrise Apartments. That needs to be taken care of ASAP because winter's coming and those people do not deserve to be without water all winter long. And water resources, if we can get a list of all the elders, because I'm going to make a motion that all elders receive water before December 1st, because no elder should be without water this winter either. None of them should be hauling water.
We added up the follow up on AG regarding Sunrise Water Resources on the elder list. Next week we have Monday off for Labor Day. And then Wednesday off for Blue Water Administrative Day.
Tuesday or Thursday. And then on the calendar, there's nothing scheduled for all our chartered entities. They're supposed to be coming to give their report also. And that needs to be scheduled in also.
Yeah, we usually do those after October 1st.
After October 1st? Okay.
I may not be here on the 2nd.
Let's go the 4th then.
We'll go with the 4th, okay. If that would work for everybody for a planning day for a council meeting? Special council meeting? That would give us enough. The 4th?
Because we've had some public hearings and we've made some decisions and bootlegging was one of them we've been discussing and here we are a year later and we haven't accomplished a lot. We need to really get moving and we really need to discuss. I wish Madam Chair was here so we could discuss all the admin leave because we made some motions last week too and those even weren't followed up on. But, and then when we can discuss the bonuses too later on after all these other ones get their reports.
That was probably the one with Chris's.
Yeah. Yep.
So is there, what day works for everybody next week? The Totes can make a motion for the special meeting. Tuesday or Thursday? We could do it Wednesday too. Wednesday's an administrative leave, but we could still come in and meet.
Yeah, we could do it. What do you
Be
guys
in
feel?
on Tuesday.
That way we're not interfering with the committees. I just came out to let you guys know I am here. I'm on meetings that are really important with our attorneys on some issues that have come up. And as soon as I'm done, I'll be back out here.
That will be good because we have a lot of
And we
issues
do have
we'd
a
like
set
to
agenda
address.
for today, so we need to get on that.
We work for the people also.
That was very rude.
Did y'all hear that to the people out there? Goes to show you how much our leadership cares.
Do you want to make a motion for a special meeting or?
Yep, I'd like to make a motion what day would be best for everyone here, just so we can sit around the table and discuss things, because we really need to. Wednesday okay with everybody?
Why can't we do it during the council, our regular meeting week, we just have 3 straight days of meetings?
Next, the 16th, 17th, and the 18th?
That hasn't been made yet. We're
Oh,
still
when
scheduled.
it is, when we do it, can we just go on, go on the 16th then and discuss all this stuff?
The second week is when we have normally have our meetings, isn't it?
But it's on the agenda if we approve it to discuss that, to move it because so many people will be.
After all, that's what our council meetings are for, discuss things. Get anything done at those regular meetings anyhow. At the time.
We need to start getting things done at our regular meetings, and we need to start getting forms at our committee meetings too, you know, to address things.
The third? How does the third work for everybody?
I won't be here.
I won't be here on the second, that's Teja's birthday, so I'm gonna take that day out. But I would like to be here for the planning meeting.
I'll make a motion to have a planning meeting on September 3rd at 10 o'clock for those that can be here, because it's just a planning meeting and it's just to discuss what we need to be doing and to follow up on these motions that are being made. We work for the people. We need to start addressing some of these issues.
And it would just be like a discussion meeting.
Yep, just a discussion.
Okay. I'll second. Motion by seconded by Tammy.
Roll call vote.
When is it? What? The third, next Wednesday. Roll call?
I'll do a discussion. I got it.
Chris. Or wait, did somebody call for the question? Oh, Sherry. Sherry did?
Sherry did.
Sherry called for the question.
You know, you ain't gonna play this game right now. Let's go. Boom. I wanna say something. You know, you say we work for the people, and yet we do things behind closed doors. We say we work for the people, and we make big statements here on council with the TV on saying we're not gonna do petition resolutions no more. And yet, we go behind closed doors and we make petition resolutions happen. We go above and beyond what is said in motions made by, we're talking about motions not being followed. A motion was made last Monday to not give us a bonus. And then what happened 2 days later? We scrounged together real fast to get a petition resolution signed without no one knowing. No one dared say anything when Bob came up and said, we're not going to get a motion or a bonus. No one said anything. But when he wasn't here, what happened? What did we do? We got a bonus. And so now we wanna follow the rules. Now we wanna do something. We wanna make someone else look bad. Yeah, man. Roll call vote. Let's see how this goes.
And after the roll call vote, I'd like to respond to that because I was the one that pushed that petition resolution through because us as council, we don't get paid enough for what we do.
We get
Some of us,
paid a lot
some of us, some of us go far and
But
beyond.
don't run for office if it ain't enough.
But I'm still here and I'm working, but there was, our officers up there received the $500 bonus, you guys, and they were elected by the people. So the reason why I pushed that through was because every RST employee received a $500 bonus because it was in their budget. And those that worked for the fair are gonna get an additional 1,000 that they request or whatever they requested for the fair. So I put that through for us too, because how many of us spent our money on the people for the fair? So there was nothing behind closed doors because people were texting me right away. And I told them that I was the one that pushed that petition resolution through for council to receive the $500. And anytime a motion comes on this floor for somebody to receive a bonus, I am going to include council because we do deserve it. But there's a motion on the
Chris.
In response to that,
Point of order, we have a motion on the floor with a
this is
question.
discussion.
And,
About discussion.
All I will say to this is, just to rip it off. The Rosebud Fair was really good. You know, it was really awesome. There was a lot of events that happened that made me feel my own age. You know, whether it was the Chichangu Festival that Gunnar Kogan put on, really shout out to you. I'm really grateful that you were able to do that for us. Or maybe it was the Mexican poker that I tagged along in and got hit by a bull. I don't know. But I had fun because I got to be my own age. It was a really tough week last week, realizing how much it is, how greedy we are when it comes to our own money. Things are said. I was, my own upbringing was brought up. My family was brought up. I don't have a family. I don't have kids. I don't have grandkids. I don't know what everyone goes through outside of council. You know, it's 24/7 job, as they say. I got singled out by one of our council reps in comments that she wasn't aware of that I heard. So I don't know why. I do have a big family. You know, I do have nieces and nephews, and out of my own pocket, I help them all out. My bonus is still sitting back there. You know, I was looking around the fair, and I seen a lot of kids struggling just to get on a carnival ride. A lot of parents struggling just to come here for the fair. And here we are, making things happen for $500. While there are families out there selling all of their items just to go to the fair. We want to talk about for the people, we want to talk about integrity. We want to talk about all these things. We're not for the people. We're not. And I mean, a lot of us are, but it's just sometimes we do things that make us question that reality. Because I know that we're all trying to do it for the right reason. I want to believe that anyways. I want to. But $500, we scrounged around for $500. 11 signatures was made. We don't even get petitions signed in a week, but 11 signatures were made in 1 hour, 2, 3, 4 hours in one day. How was that possible? How were we able to make that happen so quick? And now we're acting like different people. Now we're signing petitions. Now we're making sure things are getting done behind closed doors. And that's what's crazy. And yes, it was behind closed doors. It was in a text message. That's how it got started. So explain that, how that wasn't behind closed doors. Anyways, yeah, like Tammy said, we have things to talk about, so we'll move on.
Call for the question.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I already did call for the question, so we're out of order. We've
Question,
been out of
question
order.
ends discussion. I call the question.
I already did that, but.
We're
Order
discussing
being
point of order
followed.
then.
Coach one,
That didn't even
Yes.
pertain to the question.
Christopher Eaglebear.
What was the motion?
To plan a meeting on
That
Thursday.
pertains to the capital planning meeting on September 3rd at 10 a.m.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Todd Bearfield is absent. Cowboy Wright.
Yes.
Stanley Woodenek Jr. No. Michelle Hollowhorn Bear. Yes. Royal Yellowhawk. Robert Radley.
Before I vote, is this gonna be behind closed doors?
The council chambers.
It's gonna be an informal meeting, is it gonna be behind closed doors? Somebody answer me.
It's admin leave that day, so I don't think anybody's gonna be working, which I guess if we do make that motion to address it, we can have them come in and do the,
Have it live.
yeah, have it live. Because it's admin that
Be
day
live.
for this Blue Water thing, so they're giving admin leave for that, which I wasn't aware of either, but giving admin leave. So I guess if we have the on-air people come in on that day, we can have it on the air. But that's just up to administration, I suppose.
Well, I'm pretty sure every one of us voted for transparency. Okay, I'll vote for yes, but I want open doors.
Charles Jr. is absent. Bill Marshall.
Yeah.
Wayne Frederick is absent. Emily Boyd Blondra.
Yes.
Alvin Bearhill Sr. is absent. Sherry Wright Plank.
Yes.
Tamalon Wilcox.
Yes.
Violet Kilzasite. Michael Bolt Sr.
Yes.
William Kendall.
Yes.
Ben Blackner III.
Just for the record, I won't be here, but I am in favor of it, so yes.
Maria Little Thunder.
I'll be here.
You think it's bad.
15 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 absent. In favor, 0 no, 0 abstained, and 0 and 5 absent. Motion carried. Sherry.
Thank you. So I have a resolution that I need to address from Economic Development Committee that I want to add to the agenda.
And I also would like to add enrollment to the agenda. We approved a bunch of people to be enrolled, and I would like to read those today, so people aren't waiting for them, or they could get their clothing orders. Okay, we'll add enrollment. Will they have the resolutions ready? Yeah, the resolutions are ready. They're approved activities. We just need to get them. Okay, we'll put them on under resolutions. Okay, and I just would like to please express to our Sergeant at Arms to please keep order for our meeting. The agenda hasn't been approved yet, and we're already having discussions for stuff that's on the agenda that should be discussed when we get to that agenda item. Thank you. For a motion to approve the agenda. By Totes, seconded by Tammy, question by Mike, all in favor. There's Sarge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 16. Opposed? Tammy, did you oppose it?
I voted, I just had to.
Okay. Not voting. 0. Motion passed. 16 goes out. Okay, council, let's move on to the agenda. We have Blue Water, Phil, and I see Ione, Elvin. They're gonna give us a presentation. They recently returned from Washington DC. Did they set you up? Yeah. Morning, Karen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Tatans and uncles, relatives, friends. September 3rd, 1855. Some of our people were murdered. And that's why we're here. And their belongings. In our culture, they burn everything so many times. But for this stuff, they took them out east to a museum, and they're sitting there, 170 years. So we've been working, TIP office, my cousin Karen, friend of family, Paul Solomon, Governor Archel Jr., and a lot of relatives, and trying to bring all this stuff back. And we finally accomplished it. And mainly because we kind of kept it quiet, because the politics out east is rough. They could easily stop us. So we didn't put the word out to the family members until now. We're going to make an announcement to the tribe, to the family members, relatives that are connected to Blue Water Creek Massacre, to come forward and take part in this discussion this morning. And I want to thank everybody here for giving us this time. And Karen and Ione will do the presentation. And our friend Paul will do some, Calvin maybe. So, thank everybody. Thank you, Chief Judge. My name is Karen Little Thunder. My parents are the late Bill and Phoebe Little Thunder from Upper Putney community. I'm here to share with you the news of what happened yesterday. This happened just yesterday, and then I threw together this slideshow, and it's missing a few things, but it says a lot. How can I change the slides? Right here?
Can you see if somebody's back there in IT?
Oh, yeah, we're
Was
good
that-
here.
Okay. Sit there.
Okay, I'm good with standing. Thank you. The Blue Water Collection, formerly called the Warren Collection, are belongings of our ancestors. The camp of Little Thunder was attacked by the U.S. military, and after that attack, into the destroyed camp, this Lieutenant Warren went through and collected things, and then had them shipped to the East Coast. Those things were called the Warren Collection, and they
They ended up at the Smithsonian Museum. There are 69 items in that collection, and yesterday they were returned to the Ash Hollow Visitor Center, which is nearby the location of the Blue Water Massacre. The Blue Water Massacre happened in 1855 in the very early morning hours. There were 86 of our people killed. The remainder were taken captive and marched to a nearby Fort Kearny. I am saying this with, I'm sharing this with respect for my great-great-grandfather, who was a leader of our people around 1850. And he was a shirt wearer. It's called a hair shirt. Some call it a war shirt. But to be clear, Little Thunder, the elder, was a leader of our people at the time of the attack. My great-grandpa, Little Thunder, the younger, survived that attack as a young boy. And there's a picture missing on the right side there, but that's Lieutenant G.K. Warren. He's the guy who was a map maker. And he, after the massacre, he went through and collected these things. We call them belongings. They call them artifacts. We call them relatives. That picture on the left is at the Ash Hollow State Park. The picture on the right is the truck that yesterday about 11:30 a.m. brought the collection to the park. This is a panoramic photo looking, let me see, west. That's my sister Marion right there, who yes. It's really hard to see, but that building in the back is the Ash Hollow Visitor Center, and that is where the collection is now housed securely. Then again, the massacre happened on September 3rd, 1855, and that is the reason for the admin leave on this Wednesday, September 3rd. That happened last year. The admin leave was granted. On the right is, I just wanted to say that yesterday. This all happened yesterday, and it was very intense. It was very emotional. And we are here to inform the people so that you can all have a say in what happens with this collection. Because it wasn't just Sichangu. There were Oglala, there were Cheyenne, there was a man named Osceola who were a part of that camp before the massacre. This involves more than just Little Thunder. This is about our people as a whole. And we want your input as to what happens with this collection. We've arranged for 2 years for this to be decided by the people. And then at the end of that 2 years, it's up to you what happens with that collection. Why? The massacre happened, it was over a Mormon cow and a stagecoach that was held up by some of our people, and for which several of our leaders served prison time. Fort Leavenworth, that's the name. I've been trying to remember Fort Leavenworth, but several of our leaders spent several months inside that prison because of this dispute over a stagecoach and a cow. In August 1854, there was a massacre of a young lieutenant named Lieutenant Bratton. He took a crew of 30 people and 30 troops and approached the camp of Conklin Bear, demanding the person who killed the cow and who attacked the stagecoach, I guess. So it was about revenge. That happened in August. Lieutenant Bratton and his troops were killed. There was a cow that belonged to Mormons. The cow itself is not Mormon, but the cow became a meal for an individual named High Forehead. At the Blue Water Massacre, 86 people died, according to military records. And I personally have never, ever trusted military records. Those 69 items in the collection were returned to us from the Smithsonian yesterday, and they are in storage at the Ash Hollow State Park Visitor Center. The picture on the right are just a couple of the moccasins and that club there. Those were returned to me by their owner in 2018. I in turn donated them to the Ash Hollow State Visitor Park yesterday. And that is all. This picture right here is the cemetery at Ash Hollow State Park. In the 1850s, it was a supply. That was the last point the wagon trains hit before they went west. And they stocked up, and it's a beautiful spot actually, and I hope to someday soon hold a powwow there. But that's their cemetery, and we were there first. So if I will right now take any questions anybody has, otherwise there's my contact information. Contact me at any point. This is an ongoing thing.
Jerry has a question.
Yes.
Thank you. Not so much a question for both offenders, but I guess maybe for the secretary's office and the IT director. Last year or the year before, when we made the amendment to the personnel policy procedure manual to adopt this day as a official holiday for the Rosebud Sioux tribe, I made a motion that day to have our IT department work with the Little Thunder family to create some educational PSAs, public service announcements regarding this day and other days that we celebrate. So we're not just getting a day off and people have a day off and they don't know the impact that day in history had on our people. So I guess I just would like to request an update on that, or to see if anything was scheduled, if that motion was followed through.
Let's see. They just brought me the resolution for the holiday. So it's resolution number 2023-52. Maybe we can look that up and amend that to include the education portion of it.
Yeah, and if we don't get the answer today, I just want to make the council aware that that motion was made by me a year or two ago. And that's something that, we have this television and we're always here and everyone's using it for council meetings and whatnot, but there's so much outreach that we could be doing in education for our Oyate, especially when it comes to historical issues of our nation. I just want to make sure that that's followed up on.
Okay, we'll pull that resolution too.
Okay,
Take a
it
look
was
at
just a council motion.
Okay, maybe we could amend the resolution to include that.
Okay, thank you.
Secretary has it. And that resolution is 2023-52 for the administrative leave for the Blue Water Creek.
Thank you, Sherry. That's first time hearing of this, and that's a good idea. I personally want to say that memorialization is important, yes, but I am wanting to focus on education. And so your planning meeting might fit in there because education, it's my objective to educate our people because few people have heard about this. And that's what that September 30th is about. Thank you, everybody, for listening.
I just want to make a comment. I know that the family's been diligently working really hard to bring this forth. I know you guys have done walks. You've been a lot of this you did on your own. So when it comes time for you all to be planning the Wachipi, involve us too, because we're here to support the family.
I will.
And yesterday had to have been an emotional day for you guys to bring those back after all these years. So thank you.
Good morning, everybody. For the people that don't know me, I'm Alon Quigley. I am the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Rosebud tribe. And I did get involved because repatriation, the NAGPRA law, does apply to our program. And it is one of the most crucial laws that we work with. And in this case, I was approached by Karen and Bill a couple of years back, and I was able to give them the process to work with. And within that, I gave the responsibility to the family, but I was there behind to give advice and kind of follow through with the process. And they've been adamant, persistently following this and doing this, like somebody said, with their walks and their talking to people and whatever it was they had to do, they did. And I really admire the hard work that they put into this. They didn't get anything out of it, but they did do what they was intending to do, which is to bring home the collection. So with that, a couple of months ago, we were approached by the group asking if we would go to the Smithsonian with them to do some identification. And Ben Young and I, then it was Karen and Phil, Paul, and some of the other group. We got there, and the next day we were able to look at the collection. And one of the first things that came out, because they were bringing the collection out in carts. And so one of the first things they brought out was actually a baby blanket made out of balsa hide. And there was beading on it, and there was 2 pieces of sinew indicating that they were broken up. Something was broken off of there. And so we discussed it, Ben and I, that it was a baby blanket, and possibly that where the sinews were broken off was the umbilical. And so we watched as the other items came out. We were able to do a lot of identification with Phil and I. And then we got to another part, and I saw a little box with the umbilical cord. And it was broken off, the sinew, there was 2 sinews on there broken off the baby's blanket. So right at that point, right before that, they were bringing out these other blankets that had quill work. And so I mentioned that quill work will have somebody's DNA, because they do the quill work without putting it in their mouth. So that was there, and then when that third part came out, we spotted a box where it indicated that the 2 sinews were broken off from the baby blanket. So at that point, I had to let the Smithsonian know that you are holding human remains. And at that point, everything stopped. And we went downstairs, we smudged all the items, said a prayer. Bill sang some songs to the spirits there that were connected to that, because in our belief system, that baby spirit will always look for that umbilical cord. So at that point, they realized that they were holding human remains. And that was very unethical of them to be holding human remains since 1855. So at that point, they realized that they needed to expedite the return of these items because they were holding human remains. So we've been following the packaging, the storage, the curation, the care of these items. And I've been making sure that they are packed in the best way possible before they got shipped. And now I was able to look at the storage where they're going to be. And they'll be safe, they'll be in a good place. I wish we had our own facilities here to bring them back to, but we don't. And we needed to find that safe place there at the visitor center. So that's where they'll be. And I did talk with Phil and Karen, and they're well aware that they will be coming up here and letting the people know that the collection is coming home. And that collection belongs to the people. So I want to say thank you to Aaron and Phil and Paul for making that happen and for being persistent and trying to get them home and for following the advice I was giving them and for following through with the process. They did a really good job. And if I had known, somebody previously should have done an identification of all those items. They would have found that umbilical cord was there with that blanket. Somehow it got broken off, but it's in the past and now it's present day. It's gonna get done. They're home. So I just want to say thank you to the council and to the Little Thunder family for working hard and making it happen.
Totes, did you have your hand up? Totes, Ben.
Thank you. I am curious. I know this is Smithsonian. I hope I can say that right. Has a lot of artifacts, a lot of things. Have you gone up there to see if there's any other remains, artifacts that could still be up there, Smithsonian, that could be related to our tribe or somebody's Sioux tribe? Have you done that, or have you looked at that area?
There are numerous artifacts that belong here. At one point, I did a visit, this was back in 2001, I believe. I did a visit there, and it would take like about 3 months to go over everything. They have so many items from so many different places and times, and so it would take like a couple months to go through everything. But I did at one time talk to one of the young ladies there. I think it was right about when I started helping Phil and Marion with this. I called and I said, do you have a database where you can just bring up nothing but those for you to try? And at that point, they were just kind of working on it, so I don't know if they have that complete yet.
That's what I wanted to find out, because I'm sure there's maybe other families that would probably be in the same boat to kind of go up there and maybe retrieve those artifacts and put them either in our own museum.
Yeah, this is a really unique collection. Warren was not a military personnel. What he was a cartographer. And so he followed along, and what he did was he picked up items. They say he picked up a wagon full of items. And when I was looking at some of the collection that we have brought home, some of them seem to have the same kind of beads, the same kind of design. I think there was about 4 items that I felt were taken from one family because of the beadwork.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we are still looking at a case down the road there. Another family wants to go through the same process. So that's just my question. Thank you.
I did go on the advice of my elderly committee, Dwayne, Oliver Bear, Nick Coachback, Robert Radley, Fred, and Fred Little Baldigo, and Victor DeVille. So they were all aware of the process as we were going through it. And I did take their advice. But the one thing, Dwayne, and I called him again this morning, but the one thing that he shared with me really seemed to hit home. He shared with me that they had brought back the shirt that they had repatriated from Arizona. They were coming back through, driving back through Ash Hollow. And he said for some reason or another, the guy driving the shirt home, he said the rocks, because they collected sweat rocks down there too. So the rocks were rolling around and bouncing around. And he said the road was smooth and there was no reason for that. But he said he started seeing things, so he turned the mirror away and he told Dwayne, he said there's some kind of connection with that shirt and that place. And he said, yeah, that's where the grandpa came from. He was a little boy, and that's there. So there is a deep spiritual connection to these items, and I felt it, I knew it, I recognized it. And I think that when we get family members to go visit, then, you know, just to give them a lot of comfort that they're home and, you know, their belongings are back home now. I think that would be help a lot listening to Dwayne and his experience coming through there with your home. So, yeah, again, I thank you all. Do we have questions? Emily?
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and thank you, Ione, and everyone for being here. I just wanted to first thank you for doing this work. I think it's really important for people, for reconnecting, for healing, but also with the relationships with the non-natives, I guess. So I think that's important as well. So thank you for doing that. The 2 questions that I have is, the first one is, did our legal team or did Eric or anybody help you draft the MOU, and have they already reviewed it?
I left that part up to the Ancestral Healing Organization with the Bill Thunder family and the Smithsonian. So I did review it, and I felt like it was really good.
Thank you. And then the second part of that question is, when I was reviewing it real quickly just now, it seems really thorough in the relationship or the agreement between the Smithsonian and getting the agreement or getting the belongings back. But I was curious, will there then need to be an additional MOU or an agreement with Ash Hollow Visitor Center for you guys to allow them, you know, who's going to be responsible for maintenance while it's in their property, but the ownership may still retain, you know, with whoever that's going to happen? I guess I'm curious because I really like something that Ms. Little Thunder said about allowing, I think, like 2 years or something to let the people decide what to do with it, because there's so many relatives involved. I don't think we're going to be doing DNA and everything to be able to do that, but just knowing how many nations and people this is going to affect, I just want to make sure that the next steps are also protected. And so I don't know if we needed to have an additional agreement, or maybe you guys already have something with them, but those are my questions. Thank you.
So we have a little agreement with them. They'll be well taken care of. I reviewed the storage space and looked at what they have. They renovated one whole room just for that collection. So I was really grateful for that. So I'm gonna say well to that, and
Council, they did pass out a resolution here where the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council supports Mr. Little Thunder, Phil Little Thunder and his family for the transfer and storage of all the blue water artifact collection. I don't know if anybody wants to bring that on. Mike?
Move for emergency legislation.
Motion by Mike for emergency legislation.
Second.
Seconded by Sherry. Question by Topes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
There.
Not voting.
Yeah.
Motion passed. What's 2025-207? Motion to bring it on? By Mike? Second. Seconded by Emily. Go ahead and read it for the record, Mike.
Mr. Chairman,
Continue.
starting with are we ready for the reading?
Yes.
Starting with the fourth whereas, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has enacted RST ordinance number 8002, creating and establishing the Rosebud Sioux Tribes Governmental Affairs Committee, authorizing the RST Governmental Affairs Committee to review and recommend all proposed legislation. Whereas, Mr. Philip Little Thunder, a direct descendant of Chief Little Thunder, and other family members have established the Ancestral Healing Circle, a nonprofit 501c3 organization. The Ancestral Healing Center, composed of family members, tribal members, and the RST TIPO officer, has negotiated the repatriation of 69 articles. Reparations, 69 articles. The Blue Water Collection, collected at the Battle of Blue Water, Garden County, Nebraska, from the Smithsonian Institute, National Museum of Natural History. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council fully supports the efforts of Mr. Philip Little Thunder and the Ancestral Healing Center to enter into agreement with the Smithsonian Institute, National Museum of Natural History, and the Ash Hollow State Historical Park for transfer and storage of the Blue Water Artifact Collection. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts and supports Mr. Philip Little Thunder, a direct descendant of Chief Little Thunder, and other family members have established the Ancestral Healing Circle to enter into agreement with the Smithsonian Institute, National Museum of Natural History, and the Ash Hollow State Historical Park for transfer and storage of the Blue Water Artifact Collection.
Emily, just to answer your question, Mr. Antoine just came in and informed me that the tribe is not a party to either of the agreements. That's why this resolution is in place to adopt and support.
So you drafted this resolution though? So you have
I went through the agreements and neither one has any, the tribe's not a party to it. Why we're supporting the agreements.
Okay, and then the ownership part of it, that's already going to be handled through TIPO or something? Because according to this document, Mr. Little Thunder will now own them, right? And then that'll be up to the, oh, thank you.
Is there any more discussion? What? Phil?
Kita kuya, kulak siya. Le kokya wiyan ang heme, le kotia sa heme. Se parinig latin mo. English name is Phil Little Thunder. I'm part of Ancestral Healing Circle, and I'm an employee of Tribal Historic Preservation Office. And I also sit on the Treaty Council. And I was a single father for 16 years. I raised 6 of my children. And I moved back to the reservation in 2006. I moved out of here in 1992 to get my life together. And since then, everything has been happening because of help from other people. And one of them is Mr. Paul Soderman here. And he is a descendant of General Harney, the general that created all the carnage at Blue Water Creek. And part of the reason that I suggested all the belonging come back to Ash Hollow Museum, Blue Water Creek area, is because that's where it happened. That's where all that stuff went from to the east. And my friend Paul Soderman, my brother, his ancestor was part of the reason all that stuff was taken that way. And so, and to this day, he's the one that's helping us bring all that stuff back. And that's the way I look at it. And that's where all that stuff left from, Blue Water Creek area. There's a little town called Llewellyn, Nebraska. About 15, 20 miles over there, it's a valley called Blue Water Creek. There is actually a creek there. I would like Paul to say a few words on behalf of the collection that came back and what the process was and explain some, maybe some questions to him too.
Good morning, Paul.
Good morning. Trying to tell you what I say, not afraid to zoom a little. Not well. Paul, Hardy, Soderman, and Mutka. We're not celebrating this today. This is a hard thing that has happened here. I just want to say that we have gone through, for the last 10 years, process of trying to do this together with the family. And we reached out best we could, and the best way we know how, and the best way to do it. And a couple times we were stopped. The Smithsonian said, "You're not going to be able to do this." And then right before one guy retired, he gave us a letter. And it opened the door again for us to make the request, to have these items taken out of the basement of the Smithsonian once and for all and brought back to where they were taken from. I have no say in what the future is with this, with these belongings. I've done my job now as far as bringing them home to where they were taken from. And it's been one of the hardest things I've done in this lifetime, but one of the most rewarding. I will say this, is that we've listened to the people the best of our ability. These are not going to be displayed for the public to see, out of respect. These are going to stay in their own room and their own storage facility and taken care of. And we reached out to as many families as we could. Iron Shell, Red Leaf, Spotted Tail families. We shook as many hands as we could over the years to say that this was our intention, and then it happened. The Smithsonian is under a lot of duress right now, and one of the reasons we were quiet about it is that they almost have to smuggle those things out of there right now because of the administration coming down on them for what they're doing. If we did this a year from now, it might not have worked. Anyway, we are making these items available to all affected family members for private viewing. When you want to come, get in touch with us and we'll do it. The reason that we had to do it through a nonprofit is that the state of Nebraska cannot enter into an agreement with any individual, so we had to go through and do it this way. We have we have a lot of support, and we're here to answer any questions. You'll have our emails and our phone numbers. And when you want to come to Ash Hollow and pray with the items, have ceremony, sing, do whatever you want to do with them. Look at them. They will be made available to the affected families, but not to the general public. They're not to be gawked at by the public. And other than that, there are some interesting items in there. There's one in there. It looks like it was lathed with a piece of wood on a lathe. We were staring at it, wondering, what is that? About that long. It looked almost like it had a whip attached to it. And when, after looking at it for a while, we determined it's probably a table leg from a table from an immigrant. So we want to try to return that to the Mormons whenever they want that back. They can have their table leg back. But other than that, it's my heart is heavy about it, but it's also it feels good to have come this far, and now it's up to you. The reason we want you guys to take the 2 years is you decide what you want to do with this. Maybe you build a new home for them here. Share them with your next generations. Maybe you want to handle it different ways, but we're standing by to support you, whatever you decide to do. It's up to you. I know it's a hard thing. It's a scar that never heals, but we're doing the best we can a little bit to do something the best way we know how. I don't know what else to say about it, except thank you for your time and attention. I want to thank Ione and Karen, my sister, and Phil and Donnie's here as well, and Gary's here. And thank you for listening to me. That's about all I have to say. Talk to us.
Thank you, Paul.
One, down in facing the center.
Oh, da, che faceva appena per sul papel. Ne postana, and it's fucking, a lot of relatives, when she keeps like upo, to have compassion, young guy. They step back, this isn't the first time that the items came back. We had a big involvement in bringing the items back the first time in 2018. Our family was brought, they came to our family first. Our family is descended, my mom's dad, they give you the medal, the chief, the medal, and they pass that down through the family. Those are the bloodlines that are watching that. So if you go to their home, they'll say, this is that bundle where the chief medal came down. So that's my mom's dad. The very first time the items came back in 2018, our family spent thousands. We didn't come to the tribe to ask for no help. Actually over here, it was there at one of them. The items came back. Well, our opposition is those items going to that town. They're in a context for historic preservation. They wanted to charge thousands to come and see them. Now they're saying that they won't be able to have no costing. We have uncles here that have wapaha brought back to them, taking care of them now. We have uncles that got treaty pipes from 1852, 1864. They're taking care of them in their home. Items that come back from 1892, they're taking care of them in their home. Where all of us, that repatriation, these items, I'm opposed to them going to this museum. They were involved in a contest, and they want more money for the nonprofits to get more and do more. We can take care of our own items as our own people. There's so many items out here in our own families, in the wheezy pump, we call them. These are bundles, sacred bundles that our people take care of. And we know how. We don't need a museum. They're out there already. A lot of our families have got them. And our tribe doesn't need to spend thousands for our kids to go and learn our history in a whole nother town. Those wheezy pumps, they come out during we want to actually in Nitipi, and Lowank, and Yuiki, and Wapiat, and Yupiat. The doctor to help, to connect. All of this, these items came back in 2018, and we stood on the hill. 1 year, 1 day, 2 year, 2 days, 3 years, 3 days. We went through that process while they were doing all of the walks and marches to get donations to support this. And we went on the hill and we prayed. We did it our way and they did it our way, their way. And she was there at the ceremony too. We brought all these items back and we had permission to bring them out in the open. Open them up in the dark. They said that couldn't happen, but that night it did. 8 items came back and we put them out in the dark. And they were there. And we can take them, we can handle them, we can bring them, put them right here. Put them in, one of our elders, some of our people are being chosen to handle bundles. Kids, teenagers, I've seen them lined up for Carlisle, they come back. We can handle them in our own. They shouldn't go to the museum over there at all. We can handle them ourselves. And I've been opposed to that. And when I was opposed to it, after the first time the items came back, I got shut out. This group of Healing Circle pushed me out, and they kept going with their own agenda. We didn't come, my family, my mom built Turtle Creek, my mom built Sichongo Propane from the ground up and got accused of embezzling for $3,000, and that wasn't right. But that's beside the point. She carries that bundle, that cheap metal for our family. Now we have the disorderly and everybody just jumping up and representing the families, whoever. And we already have a structure that you go to that chief family and ask them. The families get together and they say, okay, this is the designated person. But we try Scott and they come to our people and they just pick anybody and they tell them, can you go and do this? Can you go and do that? Here's 5,000. Here's 1,000. You need more money? Here's another 1,000. But we need you to come over here and do this. I was involved with it for 2 years. These people gave me thousands every month to do what they said. But when I didn't do what they said, I got pushed out. And I want to tell my people, we can take care of our own bundle of wheezy pumps. What kind of them? They shouldn't be over there with the security in that museum. They want to come home and because they want to connect with our people. We got the message inside of the ceremony. Those items. We got the message when we sat there on top of the hill. We got the message, when we all spoke out to that tree over there. And they told us, and all these ears were here, what they wanted. They want to come back, bundle for our people to the hill. Not hold there for 2 years for us to decide what we want to do. So I was advocating for the tribe over and over to open up for the tribe to take over, to get away from these nonprofits that are getting donations. They had me sing in a bar, ask for donation to help with Blue Water Creek. In front of a bunch of drunk white people, asking for their help. There's so many things that I backed out of. Now I want to tell my people to bring those bundles here and don't let them go nowhere. And that's about all I want from my people, young people, from the older people, because that's for the younger people, and they're going to connect with it. We're going to get that feeling. That bundle come out during Sundance to the east, touch your head. To the south gate, come out, Milwaukee, Louisville, touch this person. Hold it within our people, and the energy will transfer. But that's my opposition to this entire operation. I got pushed out. This wasn't the first time items came back. We pushed for the items to come back. A big push, and it cost us a lot. And we never came in with the group asking to try for money. And then making a situation where our people are going to have to pay hundreds of dollars to go over there every time we want to take a trip to go see our stuff. 500 for a bus load, 1,000 for a bus load, plus food, plus lodging, there and back. That stuff should come here. Now I have to pay for, ask for that compassion. Everybody, because I'm just a young guy, and these are my uncles, my aunties, my grandpa. Well, I felt, all the time that I had to stand up and say something that I believe in. I don't believe in those items, even sitting at that place for 1 year. People, they can go in there and do things. The security guard will get an itch and go get his people and do a candle seance or something like that. We can't trust, the Christ God. Main thing. So our council can. The other thing is I asked him to prove in DNA that he was descended from Chief Harney or Harney, General Harney. And the DNA said he's not. Oh. You can go to your chief bloodline and know that you're descended from him with that connection from 65, but he can't. There's a lot of things in deep depth that I know. And I don't know if everybody remembers, but you can look on Facebook, and it was a big thing, 2017, 2018, 2019, we brought those items back. We made shirts that said, remember our history. Rosebud Sioux tribe. I'm gonna cut it short right there. And everybody knows my opposition. Still ask for compassion. My uncles and my aunties I end up saying what I believe that I do only from here to our people. Not over there for 1 year or 2
thank you for your opinion going forward.
No shot.
Thank you, Phil. I just got a text that Mark Cruz and Acting Director Ben Smith will be coming at 11:30, so IHS Director. Lila, did you have?
I wanted to thank Chief Phil and Dr. Karen for bringing this to us. And I apologize to you both this morning. You know, you brought something real huge to us, some history. You brought some emotion, hardship, also something royal to just come along. Thank you for that. We forgot to smudge. We forgot to smudge because, you know, sometimes I was always told that, you know, Grandma Dinah Dakota used to say that, sit and be ready. Because at any time, our people are going to come through them doors with something. So you got to be ready and pay attention. So I want to remind us of that because, you know, these are all the issues we have that we talk about today goes back to these issues. And it's really, it brings us emotion, it brings us something to think about. Something to think about. And I myself, I'm real humbled and grateful for this gift today because, you know, it's hard how we live today. And this week I was talking to Karen and she said 170 years ago. So that was way before the 1868 treaty negotiations. Before that, that's really something. Sitting here, you know, reading all this info, looking at everything, pretty powerful. So, you know, I wanted to say thank you for that. I come from Big Crow descendant, Hollowhorn Bear. And our children, today I wonder if we ask them, Ihani helps us. Who are you? You know, where do they know where they come from? Do they know their bloodline? Do they know how strong and powerful of a bloodline our children come from? So I really welcome the education and bringing that along with what my relatives are doing here today. And, you know, I'm saddened that we don't have a place for our items. I'm saddened because, you know, we talked about that, and if I remember right, she Russell, that building, wasn't we supposed to have something there for these items?
Here.
Oh, here, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Created a leak, but built properly.
Okay. Yeah, we had a mishap. So the tribe was looking at that, and we need to get on that, colleagues, so we can probably look at what's happening or to, you know, see where we're at with that. So we can, you know, if our relatives want to bring something, there's a lot of things that come back to the tribe, but we just don't have the place for them. And, you know, that's really important we do that because I feel that the more we get back and the more that's coming home, it's going to bring our future generations much stronger. They're going to be better. They're going to do better, and it's bringing back our unity of who we were as a people.
I'm really thankful for you today and what you guys have been doing. I know that the DC politics are pretty intense, and so sometimes, even today, we still have to go underground. Still have to go underground to get things done. So I thank all of you for what you have done, and I thank you for helping the family and getting things to where they are today. If a native goes up to Smithsonian and says, I want this, and this, they'll just laugh us off. So we have to work together and, do these things in the best interest of our future and our people. So that's just something I wanted to express to you all.
Need a question to the resolution yet? Tammy? Oh, Royal, did you have Royal and Sherry and?
Taco, iwagalaka pika, yani, wichoya wa. Hake ha wagalaka pi hata, hana tona wagalaka pi hana wokiksi, hana onhaplo cha het hata ha, okiglusna, okiglusna hani le. هنا حاجة وياتا يخا هكتا كا لا هو خيب يخا تاكو واشتاي تتكا هنا وكيكسي أبيكتا لا تخاشي مزا خكيسكا نا لا وكيا تشيكلا هي وغنا وغلا كابلو تشا هي جا هي وغلا تشاشنا هكتا كا وكيكسي أبيكتا لونا ها هيك خطا ها لا لا Kashi, Iron Shell na Little Thunder. And I catch up it, hekta kya le, okiksi up it, takha le, alo, kayo, on behalf of the Iron Shell and the Little Thunder chiefs. Lela, when we talk about ancestors, hey, they always tell us that when we say their names or when we do something in that way, we have to remember them. I want to sing this song on behalf of the Iron Shell and the Little Thunder family. kê chỉ cả lời hại ẹp lôi tôi này
Last comment. Somebody mentioned signing for these artifacts. I signed for them. To bring them over there. And in 2 years, it'll be up to the tribe, the family, to bring them wherever. There's a museum built, or if they find a place to bring them. So 2 years, they're gonna be over there. And the papers that I passed out, there's phone numbers and everything on there. So if there's any questions, comments, criticisms, suggestions, call me and let me know. Well, that's kind of all I have to say for right now. If there's any questions to me right now, so. And then-
Sure.
I don't really have a question necessarily to you guys. I think that, thank you for everything that you've done and the work that you've done here. I looked at this and it looks very thorough, and I do like the internal protocols that you handed out. So thank you for that. You guys have done your due diligence and thought of a lot of things through. I do want to mention a few things really quickly. I guess I would like to have the council and be educated on the process of repatriation for items. A year ago, maybe, I had the ladies in the reception said, "Sherry, you have a package." So I went out and I grabbed what was a microwave box. And I was like, and I was gonna take it out to my car and look at it later, but I got nosy because my mom didn't keep my check box. So I dug in it and there was 2 wapajas in there and there was a bustle. And there was a letter from a lady who used to be a nurse here from 1938 to 1942 who collected these items. And I was told that at that time, a lot of people were going through hardship and starving and that they would sell these items. And so our items, like Tony said, are making it back to us. Didn't say who those items belong to. I didn't know what to do when they arrived. I had to go call on Lexi Russell to help do something with them because I had opened them and disturbed them. So we took those and stored them. And I know that they went through a ceremony. I wasn't a part of that. However, I don't know how often that happens here. And we do have a medicine man here on this reservation who has a chanupa of his grandfather at the Journey Museum that he wants back. So I really think that this is important that we start an actual process where there's a contact person on who we can go to and what we should do, and that it's developed. Because if anybody else receives items through the mail here, I mean, it was very surprising. I could have took those home by accident, and not known what to do then. The other issue that I want to bring up is we had a man come here when we got the ARPA money. So everyone was kind of on defense and scared him off. But he had a lot of artifacts and photos of his grandmother or mother who lived amongst our people. And he wanted to give those items back to us in exchange for the cost of what it has cost them to keep them in good condition. The council got angry that day and he left angry as well. So I think that there needs to be some protocol when it comes to these items and what we're going to do, because it's easy to get very emotional. It's easy to get emotional when it comes to these types of things, because those were our ancestors and our family. So after we make this motion, I have a few motions that I want to make.
Yeah, Sherry, we're still waiting for the resolution to get.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said after this motion or whatever. I'll actually call for the question after this. And the other issue is the college. I know that the college has a museum. Maybe we change
that museum, the name and the title and the purpose of that, and support the college. Because the reason why it's not open and operational is because they can't afford the insurance, what it would cost to insure the artifacts and items that are there. And I do also know that our THPO office has historical items that they're having a hard time, I shouldn't say a hard time taking care of, that they don't have the space and the place to keep them, to appropriately store them. So I think that this is something that we should really use to take a day to take advantage of to address these issues. So thank you, council, and I'll call for the question or the resolution.
All for the question, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Post,
0.
not voting.
Ben? What? Yes. 0.
No, opposed.
You oppose it? 15, 1, and 0 not voting? Okay.
I didn't remember last week.
Helen, did you have your hand up?
Teosteen apet Chisaplo. Mother Ponkeska, Calvin Jr. and Machapalo. I just want to say hello and welcome to each and every one of you, council, Concha's administration. So I just wanted to, I'm coming into this, always been history family-wise. My father always talked about this and always discussed this Sand Creek, other atrocities that happened to our people. And I wanted to give not compliments, but the recognition or acknowledgement, if you would, to Kanshi Phil, Kanshi Karen, Tui, Ione, each and every one of the relatives that are involved in bringing these things back. For me, I don't know if it emotionally affects you the way that it does to me. But to know and understand what happened that day, almost 170 years ago. And here I am sitting next to maybe a descendant of somebody that caused that atrocity to our relatives, to my great-great-grandfather, his children. He didn't intentionally leave his son on that battlefield. You know, try to put yourself in that situation. Everybody's fighting for their life, being murdered, women and children running for their lives, getting shot and killed like it's nothing, like animals hunted down and shot in caves. So for our items to be back to where that trauma happened, could you imagine that? You know, what they went through? So I'm all for whatever has to be done to bring those items back here home, back to our relatives, back to those Teospares that they belong with, and let those families decide what needs to be done. Do what needs to be done. Stop arguing, bickering around, and get something done. Something should have been in place a long time ago. Like you just talked about, things have been coming back regularly. People are getting the right mind or whatever it is, and they're bringing things back to our people. Fix what needs to be fixed, whether it's the place in Mission or the place here, to bring these things back where they belong with our relatives. not back to where the trauma happened to begin with. Not back to where the trauma happened to begin with. I can't imagine what those kids, them babies, those grandmas, those grandpas, each and every one of our relatives, what they went through, you know, that was a massacre. So emotionally, yeah, it's pretty powerful. You see that little check bar, you see those things that we were taught, you know, to take care of those things. So it's not just a collection of something. It needs to be taken care of sooner than later. I haven't been involved as much as I should have been. I guarantee I'm going to be moving forward. In whatever capacity that needs to be, I will be. On behalf of our Kioshbai, on behalf of the Oyate, I'm going to be a strong voice. I'm going to be a strong power moving forward to make sure that those things are taken care of accordingly. And they're not things or relatives.
Baron and Sherry.
Well, the reason why I was as opposed to this is that, again, it's going from one place, which was being, I guess, looked at in a way where, gee, this is what happened. Then it's going to another place. And the reason why I opposed, I wanted to have a voice for you out there to say, you oppose this. You want it to come back. You want it to come back here. And we've had a lot of our belongings from our relatives come back. Halvernberg had his come back, but there was no place to put it. That was a big issue we had. And that was back then. That was back in, I'm not sure, 2015, 2000, something to that effect. He brought back an artifact of his relatives. And he didn't know where to put it. There was no place to put it, no place to have it, you know, where I guess to keep, for safekeeping. That was the reason why I was opposed to it, is because a lot of our belongings from our ancestors should come back here. They should be here on the Rosebud. Not only for the family to have some closure, but actually at the same time to have some history of why those were there. And our youth should be able to understand what happened there, what happened, what's going on, why it's here. So those are some of our educational properties that could happen to our youth. But that's one of the reasons why I was opposed to it, because it's going from one place to another. And the guy brought up that they had to sneak them out. They had to sneak them out from one place to another. I mean, that's what I'm getting from it, you know. So obviously the federal government or the Smithsonian didn't want us to take them, you know, take back our property, take back our belongings to our relatives. Now we're going to put it at this place where, again, it's going to be kept there for a year or so. One thing I'm thinking of is the way this administration is going, and I know you mentioned this before too, is that next year it probably wouldn't have happened. They wouldn't allow us to get this stuff. So I'm thinking, you know, the worst case scenario is that if, you know, the government decides to go and pick them up, because they're going to be watching us here, to go and pick them up and take them. You know, so rather than they be kept safe here, so the stronghold can actually protect that, than to be at a place where they could just go in there and take them. You know, they're going to let them take it. They say, okay, well, sure, there's more of you there, so they're going to take it. So those are just my concerns about it. That's the reason why I was opposed to it, because it should be brought back here so we can have a safekeeping of it. It's really hard that there's no place to actually put them, which is really tough. We talked about the college having their museum. You know, I know the mission has their museum up there. So there's a lot of places that we could probably keep them, but at the same time too, you know, we need to establish our own, just like our own tribal cemetery. We don't even have that. Tribal cemetery, we don't have that, you know. So there's some concerns, and right now, you know, it's really tough because we're not even making those decisions. We're not making those choices right now. So to bring back a lot of our family's belongings is one of the toughest things that, you know, we could do, because it brings back trauma, brings back, you know, historical trauma. So these are things that, again, just to have a voice to say it shouldn't be brought from one museum to another museum area, should bring it back here. That was just the reason my concern. I need to address that, so that way you don't think that I'm against it or anything like that. I'm not, I'm just making sure that it should be brought here, back to Rosebud, back to Sioux. So that's the reason why I kind of, that's why I opposed it, because I was thinking this is what we should be doing. So that's all, that's the only thing I was thinking, because I know with the Senate, I mean, I'm glad you're there, but if we had to sneak them out literally, that's tough, that's a tough issue. I mean, that's really bad for me to say, well, geez, we still have to do that, even though we have a voice now. Because what if they go and pick them up and just say, we're taking them back over there? So who's gonna know that until later on? Who's gonna know that? Not the government. Estonian took some Secret Service guys to go over and pick them up and bring them back. So those are just my concerns and the reason why I don't agree with that being there also. I'd rather have them here, so we can have them, protect them here. So in case they do try to come after them, we'd be able to have our own lawyers, our own, law enforcement to protect it. So that was just the reason why I was opposed to it. That's the only reason why. But thank you. That's it.
Thank you, council. We have to move on. We do have Mr. Mark Cruz, who's here, and our acting IHS director from Rockville. So,
Madam Chair, after, I know that they're on a time limit. After they're done, can I bring up a few motions?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Let's have that.
I know, we're coming.
Yeah, we're coming home. Oh,
Acting IHS director. Acting IHS director.
Somebody maybe your office with, people who knows that he wants to find the gorgeous. Maybe we can start.
sell here.
Yana, can you take that one? Council, we'll move forward. We have some special guests here today. We have Mr. Mark Cruz. He is the assistant to RFK Jr., director of HHS, and we also have Ben Smith, who is the acting IHS director. If you want to come up, I know Mark pretty well. I invited him to Rosebud Fair, but he's a little late. So. And Mark used to work at St. Francis Indian School too.
This is
Sure, yeah, just come up and introduce yourself. And
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Cruz. I am a member of the Klamath tribe from Southern Oregon. For the past 10 weeks now, I've served as Secretary Kennedy's senior advisor on tribal affairs. So I started in mid-June. With the secretary, we were already actively engaging with Indian country. On week 2, we went out to Oklahoma, visited with Governor Andy Tubby, Chairman Keyes, and Chief Patton. And then 2 weeks later, we had an Idaho Tribal Leaders Roundtable where we invited the 5 tribes on a behavioral health roundtable with Governor Little. And then a couple weeks ago, we were up in Alaska doing the mega meeting and visited the native village of Kimono. And so this week I'm out here with CDC today. So we're going to be touring a few different CDC funded things. But one of the things that the secretary wanted to ensure was that all the operating divisions, their advisory committees are working meaningfully with tribes across the country. And it became kind of known that CDC could do a little better. So in terms of relationship building, that's one of the reasons we're out here, is to get their staff better acquainted with Indian country. So I really appreciate being out here on Rosebud. As Vice President White Pipe said, I actually taught out at St. Francis for a couple of years. I recognized Toads and Nicole. And I ran into Cornelius Smash Dice in the hallway, so it's always nice to come out to familiar country and run into folks after all of these years. So Rosebud holds a special place in my heart. Appreciate all the work that you do. You know, I know there's a lot of ongoing matters that we can work together on. And so I'll turn it over to the acting director of the Indian Health Service, Ben Smith. You know, since being on board, you know, a large part of my portfolio is all the tribal health programs. IHS makes up a big piece of that. But as you guys know, HHS is a very big department. So we've got ACF, we've got CDC, we've got FDA, we've got NIH, and then you've got CMS, in addition to so many other different hallways, including, you know, ACL for elders. So it's a big portfolio. But the secretary has given me a mandate to make sure that everybody's working cooperatively with the tribes. And so, you know, taking that goal and ambition and making it happen amongst the staff, that's kind of what I do day to day. So with that, I'll turn it over to the acting director, and, you know, maybe we might have time for a question or two if that's appropriate.
Yes. Thank you. It's a pleasure for you to come, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ben Smith. Ben Smith, the Initiative Kiana Bashashin, Nationality. I'm a member and citizen of the Navajo Nation. It's a pleasure and honor to be here on your lands. I'm very touched by the last conversation that we just walked in on. This is very real and personal things that are happening in my homelands on the Navajo Nation. So I am currently serving as the acting Indian Health Service Director. My position of record is the Deputy Director. I've just been with the agency now for about 20 years in different capacities. And under our leadership right now, we're really bringing a focus to the patients that we serve, the faces behind every dollar, behind every policy decision that we make, because we know these are our relatives. The Indian Health Service, our workforce is 70% comprised of American Indian and Alaska Native, so it is very personal for us. We know that there are challenges that we have little control over, but we're going to work through. And a lot of those, I know, are very real here in Rosebud. Aged facilities, trying to provide that healthcare, that culturally competent healthcare to relatives. The facility that's breaking down is a challenge. Having the technology to do it, to hire and bring in a workforce that can provide that care is also important. The level of need funded that we get, yeah, just as chronically going to have funded, but we're finding solutions to move forward. And we really invite your partnership as leaders as we navigate these times, and to work with Mr. Cruz, who is the first ever senior advisor to Secretary Kennedy. We've never had this at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. And at that level, as he's bringing in not only the Indian Health Service, but our colleagues from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the Human Services side, from the Administration for Children and Families, and other programs, we know that to be able to be successful and create healthy communities, And we have to lead those communities and adjust every component of it, whether it's education, whether it's our roads, whether it's our housing, the food we eat, all across the board. And so we are here as leaders to move this agenda forward. And we know of the challenges. I hear them firsthand. And I get reminders. And I'm so honored to be here for the first time. I've been to South Dakota a number of times now, but I've never made it to Rosebud. And so to see things firsthand is going to be very important for me as I go back to work with our staff, to work with the chief executive officer at the hospital here, as well as local leadership, Mr. Joe Amiat. I know he and Marlene Wakefield are scheduled to meet with the council in early September. And so I am going to hold them to the items and open agenda items that are still being discussed here. I know there's a lot of them, pharmacy contracts to the building itself, as well as staffing. So please know that we are bringing the renewed focus just on our hospital structure. We have to. It's been far too long since the administrative levels of just hospital oversight has resided in field operations. I've brought a clinical focus to that. And now that it's coming directly up to our chief medical officer who reports to me. So when something happens locally, I have that awareness and we can bring in teams and support to start addressing them. We do want to change the direction. And along with this, we know the future of Indian health has to look. Today, our colleagues from CDC, they just published a report, actually that came out last year that shows that American Indians and Alaska Natives are living in almost 11 years fewer than the U.S. general population. That has to change. We can't do that. I'm getting into that age range where if I'm about to that age, I don't want to count my life 10 years down and say this is the end. We can't do that. We have generations ahead of us. And so I've brought to the agency a renewed focus on the 7 generations concept. I know that plays out different with each tribe, but the concept is the same. We have to take from the past, from the journey of leaders that helped set a healthy environment for our communities to thrive, learn from the lessons today, but set that direction in the future for generations to come. And that is what we're embarking on, Indian health service at this time. Again, I don't want to take up too much time. That is who I am. I'm still just a little reservation kid from the northern part of the Navajo Nation at heart. And as I come to communities that look familiar to areas that I grew up in, it really reinvigorates me to do better. So please hold us accountable, help us be your partners, and let us be your partners. We have great opportunities on it. And so with that, thank you so much. And thank you for allowing us a few minutes.
Oh, well, thank you for coming. I'm really glad that you were able to stop in and say hi. And I know that a couple months ago, we did have Joe Amiat here and kind of gave him a list of things that we had asked for. So we're doing kind of a follow-up on that too next month. We'll go ahead and follow through. I do have a few questions here. Michelle, Totes, Tammy, and Emily.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for coming. I remember we had lunch with you in DC, so your face looked familiar. As she said, Amy is coming here to follow up on a bunch of questions, and I don't know if you had a chance to look at all those questions that we gave him. It was a lot. I understand that there's going to be a presentation next week regarding the reorganization. So I'm curious as to how that plays out, because I know Mr. Amiat's going to be moved as well. So he's not going to be overseeing our area anymore. So I'm looking forward to hearing that and how that's going to play out. But I also wondered if there's any way that we can add on to those questions and how we can get those questions to him so he can have answers by the time he comes here to give his report. If you know of a way we can get those to him.
Yeah, send them directly, and I'll follow up with them.
Yeah, you can send them to me too. Like, I was in contact.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I could just clarify on our IHS realignment right now, Nothing, no decisions have been decided yet. We're in a very preliminary phase right now. For any reorganization, restructuring of any federal agency, it gets into a very formalized process. Right now, we initiated tribal consultation and we're holding employee town halls to gather input because we haven't looked at the agency in over 2 decades. There have been substantial changes. There's been changes to law. There's been changes in the amount of our IHS appropriations that are now tribally managed and operated under the Authority of Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act. And so we really need to look at what we look like. What you might be referring to is because it is not business as usual right now, there is a hiring freeze on federal government. There were incentives that were offered to employees, and we cannot let healthcare drop. So we do have to initiate continuity of operations in our planning. And so what you might see, and I'm a good example of this. Right now I'm carrying an acting title. As this administration works to nominate a new Indian Health Service director and they go through the Senate confirmation, I'm going to ensure that that continuity of operations continues in my role. So you do see people with acting titles. I take full responsibility for that because I need their skill. I can't let our system crash. And this did become very real. As in a couple of our facilities, we had to shut down temporarily inpatient services. We can't have that happen. Imagine somebody coming to the hospital only to be directed for a couple-hour ride. So I'm happy to report that those have been stood up, but you will see some just people moving around on a temporary basis, nothing permanent.
Totes.
Very thankful you guys are here. And you hear all the other tribes, especially the Navajos, together and really strong. You know, though Chakti Shafgoi would like to even meet RFK Jr. and sit at the table with him, along with that people from Aberdeen. So that way the balance is found for the people. Because you guys hear it day in and day out, how our healthcare is failing. And right now, one's mental wellness is very important, very crucial everywhere, especially here with the unemployment, all the different elements. But why do we have mental health on a screen? It's disheartening. We heal from within, face to face with each other. We're failing our people. So I would, for the future of Indian health, and you're gathering input, bring us all at the table then. Bring Chetty Shakoi, we know our people, we know their needs and their wants. A little different from the people in Aberdeen, because they come down and sometimes people just give you lip. So I'd like everybody to be at the table, because this can't continue for the 7 generations to come. We need to find some answers, and we need to all be at the table to do that. Because right now we're failing, and we're delivering babies up there on meth. We can't even provide real services to our people. We need more help. Okay, thank you guys very much for coming here. Very, very thankful you're here around this circle today. Thank you.
Tammy.
Some of the issues that I have, and one of them was what my colleague had referenced on mental health, but the other one that is also affecting our people is just the bare minimum of care that has been provided to our people. So for instance, when they do go to IHS for, to get seen or whatever, they might end up having like a CT scan or MRI or an X-ray or something that might show like cancer or something in the body, but it's not told to them because that's not what they're there for. So cancer is a big thing on our reservation. I'm sure it is all over other reservations, and so is diabetes. But our people don't get the care that they need in the first stages or even told in the first stages, so that way they can have a fighting chance for it. A lot of them have been diagnosed at stage 4. Some of them have, lived for 4 years, 3 years, some of them just months. But that is something that has affected our tribe big time, and I did bring that up to Joe. For instance, there was a patient that was told, at stage 4, but if she was told so many years earlier, which they did see it, but didn't tell her, she could have had a better chance at survival. We have a lot of our young ones that are coming up with this. We are unknown where it's coming from. Maybe it's the water. We have yet to discuss that. I know we were talking about bringing it up here to see what is contributing to this, to try to get to the bottom of that. But there's a lot of issues with IHS. The last time I did talk to Joe, I did bring up, the pits that we have up there that are driving our own enrolled members out and replacing with non-enrolled members. And, doctors that some of us can't even understand, which I feel is kind of not helping us. Then we get used to seeing one doctor, then there's none, We don't even have doctors up there. We have a couple, maybe 3, but mostly just nurses or nurse practitioners or whatever. But stuff like that, we actually need specialty clinics here to help our people. Ears, nose, and throat, cancer, radiology. There's a lot of issues that we have with IHS that I'm really hoping when Joe does come that he can address, but I really hope we push him to get answers for us. I know he was wanting to come, but I know he reached out to our president, and I think you guys met with her this morning as well. From my understanding, you guys did. I don't know if you did or not, but he was wanting to come. He did send out an email asking to come to the meetings. I did follow up with him with a calendar and whatnot, and let him know that we may change dates in the meetings or whatever, but so that was, some of the concerns that I have. And hopefully you can work with us, work with Joel to get our IHS better for our people. Thank you.
Thank you. I think to that point, the last thing I didn't promise it's short, but one thing that I have been sharing with tribal leaders across the country is just how we're managing communications right now. So every Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern time, I bring in our entire leadership team. This is area directors, executive leadership team, our CEOs at the service unit. They're participating on a call for operational updates and any updates on executive order implementation. So I've been encouraging tribal leaders. We're in Central, so that'd be about 5 p.m. here, but just to knock on his door. Is there anything new that we need to be aware of? But to address the issues, because we cannot let anything fall through the cracks right now. I've set up a daily sync call. It's quick, but it's an opportunity for anybody in our system to raise an issue. I know that the hospital's been trying to, or is in the works right now to update its CT scan. We need that technology so that we can detect things early, and we need to bring that focus on the patient experience and more so the patient education, be able to prevent things before they reach that stage 4. But the point is, there are opportunities across our system to flag things, and I've given that invitation to all of our employees. And then finally, on Monday afternoons, as an executive leadership team, if there's something policy-wise that I can solve as a solution, I bring those into our executive leadership team. Some things we can't or don't have control over. There's legislative barriers, or if there's a lack of appropriations, but that awareness helps, because we're going to knock on next, Mr. Cruz, because he has visibility across the department, and it can help us explore options. A good opportunity is today. I'm so happy that I'm here with our colleagues from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, because yesterday evening they had an opportunity to hear about these increased incidents of cancer, especially in youth. Why is that happening? They can bring in some resources. So they'll be here today to hear firsthand. And they also have the data. And I understand there are multiple parties that data that is capturing this at the Tribal Epidemiology Center through the Great Plains Tribal Leaders Health Board is so important. So they're the last group that's going to be joining the party today, but just know that we are really taking a concerted effort to move things forward. The level of seriousness, I want to be aware of things on a daily basis. So if things are happening, take them to Marlene Wakefield and say, hey, you need to get on that agenda and hold her accountable. Did you update Mr. Smith and our chief medical officer is leading tonight?
Another thing, with Miss Wakefield, I believe she's mostly remote. And we've had asked her to be here numerous times. So maybe we need somebody that's gonna actually physically be here. Working with us.
Thank you for that input.
We'll take a couple more questions, but I see Dr. Lerner's here to take them, to navigate them onto their next. Emily and then Lila.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Or good morning. I don't even know what time it is. I'm community rep from Hamlin Community, but I'm also our health board chair. Is it okay if I sit? I have a few notes. I'm trying to talk fast here. I understand a lot of our concerns here are more local level, but since you're as high as we could go, I think if you lead by example and start there, hopefully they'll trickle down to us. So the one thing that I heard you say is you want to be a partner, and I think that's amazing because we are ready to be partners. We are ready to come to the table. We have ideas. We have lots of stuff to bring to the table. I think we just are waiting for that invitation. Speaking of which, I sound like a broken record, but I found out again today that the governing body at our local IHS happened last Thursday. Not once did I get informed or our chair or our board anything, and so this is an ongoing issue. I've requested on air, on paper, as many times as I can, but again, that just shows the local lack of communication. I think if IHS is really here to serve our people, how can we do that effectively if we don't even talk to them, if we don't let them know, if we don't even ask them what kind of healthcare would suit you? So to kind of move along, what kind of healthcare does suit us? I think that's a really important question. And even with all of the 638 options, none of those are going to work for us unless we tell you or tell somebody what we need, what our wants are. And so for so long, became expert at it, is we can do a lot with a little bit. But at what point is enough enough? At what point do our people deserve adequate healthcare? At what point should we be able to give you what adequate healthcare looks to us? Because I'm telling you, it's not too much out of the norm. I mean, it's having our babies here. It's being able to call and make an appointment. It's being able to have end-of-life care. And, you know, there's some other things sprinkled in the middle, but I'm sure you get it. So I also, you know, as far as communication, would like to be brought to the table because, like I said, we have things to offer, but we're also hoping that you all have things to offer, that you have experts that are sitting here and have years and years of experience to also help us to think outside of the box, to look at things like Ocheti Shakoni, for example, our state, we have, at least 9 tribes, 7, 9, however you're looking at it. We all have similar issues. Why are we not centralizing, at least within our own tribes, and have a centralized hospital, or maybe 2, or maybe 3, right? And then our IHSs that are kind of clinics can function as a clinic, because right now they're not even functioning as that. Maybe we could have local beefed up clinics with a local ED, and then whenever we do have to refer out, it's more planned out. It makes more sense. We're not eating up all of our money doing a $10,000 flight for something that's, you know, just because we don't have a local doctor, those types of things. I really feel like money's tight everywhere. It's not just a tribal thing. Our healthcare has been in shambles across the United States, and it's only getting worse. So again, how can we leverage that? How can we be a partner even to our non-native partners? We go to Valentine all the time, but they can come here or we can go there. Why can it not be a hybrid hospital where yes, part of it is IHS funded, but the majority is a hospital? We can bill more. We shouldn't have to drive. We get salaries for dental, for eyes, things like that. So again, I have a lot of lists. I'm trying to stay to it. I'm sorry. But I just really want to think that if there's anything that you guys can hear from us on our level, it's we want to be a partner. We want to be at the table. We have a lot to say. Now's the time. So one last thing is, colleagues have mentioned is the actual level of care, what services are being provided, and what we don't want to get it. We're kind of being pushed into 638, right? It makes sense. I can see the positives for it, but what we don't want is we don't want to move a pile of fill in the blank non-working over here to now we're responsible for that pile of blank. So those types of things are kind of the realistic thing. And so it's hard to talk about any of these other things because we're trying to balance literally saving lives or providing care for lives and then planning for the future to continue to do that. I will stop there. I don't want to take any of your time, but I hope that we can improve the communication because, like I said, there's a lot to be talked about, and I think it will be beneficial for everyone. So thank you so much for taking your time.
Lila.
Thank you for coming. My name is Lila Tildensight. I'm from a representative from the Spring Creek community. I have a few things here just to mention to you. You know, we're always gonna keep reiterating the same thing to you because that's the only way we know how to do things. We do that, but we don't see much results. I was wondering why the RFK Jr. doesn't want cancer research. It sounds like, from what I've researched and seen, he stopped some research funding here and there. We don't want that. We need to continue to find out why. You know, we need to find out why these things are happening to our people. You know, my colleague said, you know, stage 4, and they're, you know, that's it, you know, and we don't have an image. We need an imagery department here. We need, you know, those, by the time they get to here or wherever, 3-4 hour drive, you know, those things could be taken care of here. We can hire somebody to look at those here. So it doesn't take too long. And maybe people will have a faster or quicker chance. Another thing is that, you know, everything here is trauma response, you know, and our ER is everything. It is everything. We keep saying this, you know, over, but, you know, why can't we find a clinic, urgent care, 24/7, to take that weight off of the ER to actually deal with emergencies? We actually might save some money there too. So there's all these ideas that, you know, we sit here and we discuss amongst each other. And I know that we've been sending, you know, information up there to go to DC. And I'm real hopeful that, you know, we get heard. And it looks like we're gonna start having to go contract. I don't know what it is there. We're gonna have those talks because that's probably gonna be a reality for us. You know, our pediatrics, we don't have a pediatrician here. We had one and she was here for a long time. And, you know, I don't know what happened and she's gone. So how are we gonna help our people be healthier, you know, in all aspects of the whole person, you know, and dealing with our little guys all the way up to, you know, we gotta have the mental health care. Mental health here is so important. You know, the things that we're dealing with, I don't know. I mean, I bet you in a war zone, that's what's happening. We can relate to people in Gaza, in Israel. We can relate to these people because of what they go through. And, you know, everything here is, we're in such panic, in such fear that we don't know what's going to happen. We hear something, automatically it's like, well, gee, you don't want to say this, but are they alive? You know? And that's really sad for us as Native people. You understand that. You understand that. And I'm really grateful that we have you as a voice to talk for all Native people coming through here. And I hope you know, got to talk to some people and, you know, see people who are able to voice for us as well. But this body has never had a good communication with IHS. I don't think we ever will. there was a time here in 2015, we had the whole HHS team sitting here. And we talked about these things, and we haven't really seen a whole lot, you know? So I appreciate you guys actually, you know, coming to Rosebud and visiting us and coming here. It's really important, means a lot to us because we need you to see us and hear us, you know, and take that voice back with you when you go back. So I want to thank you for your work, and I hope that you're not acting. I hope they get you permanent someplace. Okay, thank you.
Thank you guys for coming too. And I think with just your presence here, that's opening the door for communication. So, I don't know what your schedule is.
Like 20 minutes behind.
20 minutes behind. Okay. Is any more? Just a quick question or?
Yeah, quick question.
Quick comment, so like watching the Trump, and he had his whatever you call it, all the people in RFK, and then they talked about cabinet meeting, and then they talked about the medicines or the pharmaceutical companies that they were cracking down on, that were charging higher rates in the United States and all this. So when I look back to going to DC, there was Scott Herman, he was the vice chair at the time, but Kristi Noem was House rep. And at that time, our IHS, when we look at the levels of government, and I remember there was a discussion about Pelosi being so many 40-something years or however many years, and how these senators, how they buy into companies, and then it had to do with IHS, the senators buy into these companies. So there was AB staffing that Kristi Noem told us that there's nothing that none of these HHS or IHS can do about the doctors going into these hospitals, because the senators, they invest in these companies. So one of them was invest in AB staffing. And so they were, no matter how much we complained, they could never, because they were invested in there. And they were ordered to take on these companies without not even worried about the health care or whatever. And at that time, that's what was informed to us at the time. So I understand those levels of government influence. The senators who've been in there 40, 50 years, they have all those investments. They became billionaires, investing in companies and making the departments use those companies. So I understand that. So thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you for coming. Why don't you go around this way and start shaking hands? I know they're on a tight schedule. I'm sorry about it.
Yeah, appreciate it. Absolutely. Yep.
Good to see you. I'm trying to get you.
I do a lot of snack business. ABT. Hey, talking about. I have yesterday and a half.
That's why I thought we were meeting with you. It says that lunch is sponsored by you.
Health administrator is going to take you guys up for lunch.
Yeah,
So.
they're really.
Yeah. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for paying.
Yes. Coats.
You know, now that we're on the health issue, maybe we also need to start communicating with the people about compacting the different things, you know, start educating the people too on the different options here, because they're listening right now. That was mentioned a couple times. So we need to hear more from health admin too and what's going on so we can inform the people too and help them find the balance because a lot of our people are scared right now. They don't want to go in that direction. So we need to start doing that also. Thank you.
Council, let's take a 30-minute lunch break.
Go to health admin, they're feeding.
So let's all head up there. Have any more?
Meetings not happen on council days.
Did I get back online?
They just look towards him. We gave him the nod. Michelle? He's through. He just knew too.
Council, what this resolution is for, remember I mentioned a while back that GLE erroneously drew down some of our funds out of our trust account. A little over $1 million. So this resolution directs them to give us that money back. And when the leases come in, there are two accounts. One is the GLE money, or actually the GLE money, the Latis, and then the tribal account. Well, the GLE requested a drawdown a month ago. They put the wrong account down, and we drew our money down instead of GLE. So this resolution would authorize the GLE to give us that money back. I think that the board met on it, the board took action, I think, already, so.
Motion for emergency.
Motion by Michelle for emergency legislation. Seconded by Totes. Question by Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting. Motion carried. Motion to approve. What's the number? 208. 2025-208.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Michelle. Second. By Tammy. Go ahead and read it in.
I will start at the fifth whereas. Whereas the Tribal Land Enterprise currently has funds on deposit with the Bureau of Trust Fund Management, and these funds are in the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Land Enterprise Certificate Land Purchase Account number PL. And whereas the following action was taken by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council on today's date, approving the drawdown of funds from the proceeds of labor account number PL Certificate Land Purchase Account in the amount of $1,150,288.64. The purpose of these funds transfer is so money may be transferred to Wells Fargo Bank, where the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has their checking account for general operating as needed. Now therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Tribal Council, in accordance with Article 4, hereby authorizes Chairman and Vice Chairman of the Tribal Land Enterprise Board of Directors signature authority on all financial transactions and withdrawals as required by 25 CFR Part 5.815 pertaining to this drawdown. Now be it further resolved that the Tribal Council authorize the officials identified above to expend such funds as specified in this resolution.
We'll amend it to include August 27th, 2025. It's right here. Any discussion? Call for the question. Tammy, all in favor? She's second. Wait, how many? Call for the Totes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting. 14-02 passed.
Thank you, Council. This next package that in front of you has to do with 777 ranch that we're getting to us tribes that love the ranch. And what this is a resolution that authorizes us to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the 4 tribes and the Wildlife Federation that's giving us the land. And this memorandum of agreement is just a real simple agreement that says that we will work to develop a corporate structure or whatever kind of structure we're going to have that's going to manage this lands and detail. what we're gonna do with it, stuff like that, but this agreement here, not detailed, it's just a memorandum of agreement where we agreed to work on it. And, we're supposed to meet on September 12th at the ranch, and then at the ranch, we will sign this agreement to get started.
Motion for emergency? Motion by Emily, seconded by Michelle. Question, votes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed? 0. Not voting? 2. Motion passed. Motion to approve 2025-209. Motion by Emily. Second. Michelle, go ahead and read it in.
Forgot me. It was voluntary, I forgot how to read.
For the record.
1, 2, 3, 4, Zopma. Whereas in 2024, the Nature Conservancy TNC purchased a 25,000 acre buffalo ranch formerly known as the 777 Ranch and has pastured or partnered with Onco Inc., an indigenous-led nonprofit organization dedicated to restoring and protecting indigenous people's relationship with their lands, languages, and cultures to facilitate the tribal engagement process to support the restoration of sacred relationships between indigenous people and their ancestral land, encompassing the return of land, knowledge, and practices. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Governmental Affairs Committee has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, did it go to committee or do I need to take that out?
Yeah, let's take it out.
I think if we could amend that and take that out because we weren't able to meet at committees.
Okay.
Whereas each of the parties has one or more representatives to engage in the planning process and will bear their own costs and expenses. And whereas each, except for the exchange of non-public information which may require the parties to execute non-disclosure agreements, the MOU is intended solely as a statement of parties' mutual intentions and do not create any legally binding obligations. Any party may withdraw from the discussions at any time. And whereas nothing in this MOU shall be deemed to create a partnership, joint venture, agency, or an employment relationship between parties, no party shall have the authority to bind any party except as specifically set forth by written agreement of the parties. And whereas the MOU constitutes the entire understanding among the parties with respect to the subject matter hereof, and supersedes all prior oral or written agreements or understandings related thereto. This MOU may be amended, modified, or supplemented only by a written agreement signed by all parties. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts the amendments recommended by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Strike that out?
Strike that out, okay? So therefore be resolved, the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate is authorized and directed to sign and execute the MOU and all, or any and all supporting documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Or is there authorized it?
Council, but for the council's appointment, then Russell and I would be signing the documents on behalf of the tribe.
So those will be the designated. Okay.
Okay. So as amended, striking out the committee governmental affairs recommendations.
Yep, and then at that last, needs to say authorized, their authorized delegate instead of his.
Okay.
And like I said, council on the 12th, we're gonna meet out there. I told them that there'd be Russell and I, and I think the chairman wanted to go, and I said probably around 4 councils. They're able to go visit that site. And I think it starts at 9 o'clock. And ranch is south of Rapid City, south of Hermosa. It's only like about 20 minutes from Rapid City to whoever wants to come. It's on the 12th.
Any more discussion? Call for the question. Okay, Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
Yeah, just for the record, my grandfather's gonna be one of the signees, so I don't want to be a conflict.
1303.
Thank you, Council. This next, there's two resolutions that I've been asked to present They're both from Head Start, and they both have time limits on it. I'm hoping that Totes knows more about it if they have any questions, but these here are for 2 grants that Head Start is gonna get to do some additions to some of their buildings. They'll give it some amounts at all.
Motion for emergency? Motion by Schultz, seconded by Mike. Call for the question. Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
14-0.
One more.
Motion approved 2025-210. Mike. Second. Michelle. I'm going to read it in my.
Whereas SLOHSEHS program requested sealed bids for 14 Head Start classrooms and 11 early Head Start classrooms for breakfast, lunch, and PM snacks for the years 2025-2026 school year. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe received 1 sealed bid from Performance Foods in the amount of $190,716.66 and is recommending the food service contract be awarded to Performance Foods for the school year of 25-26. Whereas the Budget and Finance Committee approved a Performance Food contract bid in the amount of $190,716.66 on Tuesday, August 26, 2025, at a duly called meeting with a quorum present and has been recommended for approval to the RST Tribal Council, therefore be it resolved.
Did this go to Budget and Finance?
Yep.
She was on the agenda for budget and finance, but I don't think it got ready.
Well, that's right, yeah, we didn't.
She came, but
So we'll amend it and strike out the Budget and Finance.
this school starts for them next week, so they have to have food.
Any discussion? Call for the question. Emily. All in favor? 1, 2. Yeah.
14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2. Council, the last one I have is with Head Start. This one here is the one that talks about the addition to some of the centers. $563,000. I think that the deadline is like 3rd or 4th. Something like that.
Motion for emergency? Michelle, second. Ben, question by Totes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion to approve? Michelle, second. Ben, let me read it in.
Start at the 4th, whereas the Sioux Lakota Oyate Head Start program is requesting approval for a supplemental grant to include constructing 16 by 16 foot additions at 4 early Head Start centers, purchasing all Head Start and early Head Start centers with new kitchen appliances, refrigerators, stoves, dishwashers, microwaves, and new cookware with bakeware sets in the amount of $563,951. And whereas the focus is on 4 early Head Start center facility enhancements, upgrading the kitchen equipment and cooking supplies for nutrition services, supporting our enrolled early Head Start mothers, providing education on maternal wellness, nutrition, postpartum depression, and the benefits of breastfeeding while integrating culturally relevant practices. And then it didn't go to budget, right? So skip that one.
Both people looked at budget, but budget and finance lost their form.
Okay. Skip that. Therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the supplemental grant application for program and kitchen enhancements in the amount of $563,951 for the Sioux Tribal Dakota Oyate Head Start, Early Head Start program.
Any discussion? Call for the question. Quick. Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
1402 passed.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, and we have a couple from the secretary's office. TLE. Is that for an additional drawdown or is that the same? What's the land one? Emily, do you know about this one, the McShannon land for TLE?
No, but I can read it if we need to.
Motion for emergency? Votes. Second. Bill, question. Question for emergency legislation. No. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
1402. Motion approved 2025-212. Emily. Second. Michelle. Go ahead and read it in.
We're talking about isolated tracts. Want to go 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Whereas the following described real estate comprised of approximately 477 acres more or less and generally referred to as the McShannon land has come up for sale in Millette County, South Dakota. Lots 3 and 4, the south half of the northwest quarter of Section 3, Township 42 North, Range 31 West, Millette County, South Dakota, containing 257 acres more or less. The southwest quarter of Section 3, Township 42, Range 31 West, Millette County, South Dakota, containing 160 acres. The southeast quarter of Section 3, Township 42 North, Range 31 West, Millette County, South Dakota, containing 160 acres more or less. All subject property includes both surface and subsurface resources. Whereas the Tribal Land Enterprise Board of Directors reviewed this request and recommended approval of this resolution at a board meeting held on August 19th, and that assigned BOD resolution number 2025-011 for record. And whereas, as it is not currently practical to utilize the isolated tract acts for financing given the time frame for closing, the financing package is intended, to the extent possible, to serve as an interim loan until financing can be utilized. The isolated tract act. Utilizing the isolated tract act. And whereas once this real estate is acquired, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe will direct the Bureau of Indian Affairs to take the above described property into trust in the name of the United States of America and trust for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe under the Isolated Tracts Act. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and approves the purchase of this real estate for a purchase price not to exceed $815,000. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and approves Tribal Land Enterprise and or Rosebud Sioux Tribe to obtain financing for purchase of this real estate in an amount not to exceed $815,000 under the Isolated Tracts Act. And be it further resolved that the President or Vice President and Treasurer of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or any other authorized officers of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe are hereby authorized to sign on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe any and all documents consistent with this resolution which are required to finalize the purchase and financing of this real estate, including a contract for purchase, promissory note, mortgage under the Isolated Tracts Act. And be it further resolved that the Tribal Council authorizes the officials identified above to expend such funds as specified in this resolution.
Any discussion? Mike?
Why are we buying this particular piece of land?
Unfortunately, I wasn't at this meeting, so I would have to defer, or I'd have to find out.
I asked the question because I know there's various reasons, one is, but I worry about, again, being paranoid, worrying about future and the fact that TLE is in control of, most tribal land. And with the possibility that we may have to lean on TLE or rely on TLE or look to TLE in the future, for financial assistance. I know that recently, within the last couple of years, TLE pretty much paid off all their outstanding big debt at Wells Fargo and whatnot. So it's free and clear of that debt. And then secondly, that's the reason number one. And then secondly, what if at some point the opportunity comes up to buy, let's say, the dog soldier acreage that the tribe bought several years ago? There are tribally owned land, Indian owned lands around that area. And the opportunity comes up to substantially add to that property that we already have there, and we're not in a position to borrow the money to buy it, we may kind of see where I'm going here.
No, exactly. And
I think we should watch, how much land we buy. We shouldn't be buying land just because we can buy it.
Totally agree.
These are difficult, these could be difficult financial times for us.
At a recent TLE meeting, there was a discussion because of this, and for planning purposes, the board requested that the staff develop a more detailed prioritization plan for when we are going to assume or potentially buy, so that we can go through a list and figure out, is this in the best interest of the tribe? Is the timing right? Is the location right? All of those kind of things. So it is being developed currently, but unfortunately that was not in place, I don't think.
But you get my point.
Yes, exactly, and I agree with that.
Any further discussion? Call for the question. Question by Lily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting. Any other resolutions? We have petition. Jerry had one for economic development.
I asked them to do a resolution to accept that 3,000 to the BIA. Put on that into orientation.
Is there a resolution for it? Okay. So we just sit down to remember we're listening to that for this construction. Or break down the that's not the thing. That's a different thing. Someone who always started This one was the one that was started as a petition and didn't have enough signatures. It does have a number, but it's for the airport. Motion by Emily to approve 2025-206, seconded by Totes. Go ahead and read it in.
1, 2, 3. Uptown, the Rosebud Tribe, the Rosebud Tribe has sponsors submitted to the FAA a project application dated July 28, 2025 for a grant of federal funds for a project at or associated with the Rosebud Tribal Airport, consisting of the following: Phase 2 construction hangar, taxi line extension 200 by 35. Whereas the FAA, on behalf of the United States, offers and agrees to pay 95% of the allowable costs incurred accomplishing the project as the United States share of the project. The maximum obligation of the United States payable under this offer is $413,250 for an airport development and noise program implementation. And whereas the period of performance shall start on the date the sponsor formally accepts this agreement, the end date of the period of performance is 4 years or 1,460 calendar days from the date of acceptance. And whereas, as a condition of receiving federal assistance under this award, the tribe agrees to submit formal reports as required and comply with audit requirements established under 2 CFR Part 200 Subpart F and any other applicable audit requirements and standards. And whereas the Rosa Sioux Tribe Governmental Affairs Committee recommends to the Rosa Sioux Tribe, I don't think we made it for quorum, so we'll have to scratch that part. Therefore, it be resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and directs the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or their best authorized delegate to sign and execute the airport improvement grant agreement and any other related document on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and the tribe's attorney to sign and execute the airport improvement grant agreement and attorney's certification.
As amended, striking out the governmental affairs.
And changing his to there.
Changing what?
And changing his to there on that last one.
Any discussion? Call for the question. Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? This is the last. Art, you have yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you take copy of it? No. Just remind me whenever we get to it.
This one looks like it's, for the council support to apply for a PL 100-297 grant for repair and replacement of the St. Francis Indian Schools facility needs and priorities. Emergency legislation by Emma, motion by Emily, second by Toots. Question. Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 14-0-0.
What was the resolution number again?
213. We got a motion to approve 213 by Emily, second by Ben. Go ahead and read it in.
Devin Roth. Whereas the Chanco Yate Hong St. Francis Indian School is a grant school funded by the Bureau of Indian Education for the education of Sichongo Lakota children of the Rosebud Reservation as well as other tribal children. And whereas Sichongo Yateho Inc., the St. Francis Indian School, is pursuing facilities repair and replacement of the school's athletic track and field projects, including but not limited to 1, new track, restrooms, and bleachers, crow's nest, concession stand, electrical improvements, landscape improvements, infrastructure to access the area, scoreboards, sound system, and lighting. 2, repair and or replacement of the roof for elementary building and for secondary building with attached gym and kitchen. 3, asphalt repairs, resurfacing or total remake of school parking areas and access roads on campus. 4, constructing a separate maintenance and operations building as originally conceived in 2010 plan, i.e. separate buildings from the bus garage. 5, replacing the playground facilities to accommodate grades 1 through 5 students. And 6, other facility needs as become necessary for health and safety of students, staff, and community. Whereas the Sichongo Yatejo Inc., St. Francis Indian School, through the United States Department of Interior, Division of Facilities Management and Construction of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, is requesting an allocation of funds for repair and replacement project for St. Francis Indian School track and field facilities. And whereas the Sichongo Oyatejo Inc., St. Francis Indian School has successfully managed several FI&R major projects for renovation of construction of facilities at St. Francis Indian School. And whereas Sichongo Oyatejo Inc., St. Francis Indian School has determined that it is in the best interest of the St. Francis Indian School to proceed with the formative project via a PL 197 grant. And whereas Sichongo Oyatejo Inc., St. Francis Indian School by Resolution 2024-01 requests that the Rosebud tribe, through its tribal council support, the school's effort to secure funding through PL 100-297 grant for repair and replacement of St. Francis Indian School's facilities, needs, and priorities. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud tribe hereby supports the endeavors of Sichongo Oyatejo Inc., St. Francis Indian School to secure funding through the PL 100-297 grant for repair and replacement of the school's athletic track and field facility. And be it finally resolved that the president of the Rosebud tribe is authorized and directed to provide Sichongo Oyatejo Inc., St. Francis Indian School Board President and Superintendent a copy of this resolution.
Any discussion? Mike?
This is a little on the silly side. In the yellow, where it talks about roads, yes, why did they capitalize the C in road? Is that an individual or?
Typo. From Montana.
Okay.
All for the question?
Question.
Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 14-0-0. Do we have any other resolutions? Oh, Sherry.
Yeah. Madam Chair, can I have the floor?
Not emergency. Legislation by Sherry, second. By Totes. Call for the question. Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14,
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve 2025-214? Yeah. By Sherry?
Okay. I didn't have a copy of it, I was waiting.
Wait a second. I'm sorry, second by Emily.
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Road Maintenance Program has recently been tasked with the operations and maintenance of streetlights along the road that are under their maintenance inventory, which includes the Rosebud solar street lights, but the road maintenance staff do not possess the capacity to effectively maintain the operation of the solar components. And whereas the RST Road Maintenance Department has presented a training proposal from the Environmental Energy Solutions from Gambrill's MD in the amount of $16,124.16 to provide on-site training to 10 RST road maintenance personnel to increase their knowledge and capacity to maintain current and future solar light installations across the Rosebud Reservation. Whereas the Sichongo Resource Development has agreed to pay the expenses associated with the proposed solar light maintenance training on behalf of the RST Road Maintenance Program, PL 93-638 program, using carryover funds from the Sichongo Resource Development FY24 budget, and therefore it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves Sichongo Resource Development to utilize its carryover
FY 2024 PL 93 638 CTGP funds to pay environmental solutions $16,124.16 on a sole source basis to the technological expertise required to provide on-site training to 10 RST road maintenance personnel to increase their knowledge and capacity to maintain current and future solar light installations across the Rosebud Reservation. And be it further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or her authorized delegate is authorized to sign and directed to sign any and all related documents to submit a proposal to the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Discussion.
I have a quick question. I'm not familiar with the group, so, the sole source basis, is that like, are they just an expert in this and is that why we didn't bid it out?
Yeah, and there wasn't very many, groups out there to reach out to. And then that were willing to come in and do the training. And, this didn't go through committee because we didn't have a quorum, so that's why I'm bringing it forward as emergency legislation today. But it's been something that we've been waiting for a long time.
Call for the question. Mike.
Excited. Zipping my hand.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Zero. Any other, Emily, did you have a resolution?
Liana asked me to bring one on. I think it was supposed to go for governmental affairs, but we didn't get committee, room. Forum. But there was discussion both at governmental affairs and I believe at another committee, wasn't there?
Regarding the orientation. Did we bring up that person?
I just remember hearing it on on two committees. I don't remember which two they were.
So, has there been, well, the funds are out of the 638 grant?
Yeah, okay, for the carryover funding. It'll be a one-time funding. The deadline is August 29th to get everything turned in.
Who's gonna do the training?
The Native Governance Center.
Oh, I guess I was a little bit confused because I thought when it was presented that it said there would be no cost to the tribe. So what is the 10,000?
So we applied, we kind of advised us to apply, and it can go towards any cost like food. That's kind of what we were discussing. We weren't quite sure if the food was covered with the Native Governance.
You have a
So we need
budget?
$10,000 for food? I guess I was really confused on where the $10,000.
There should be a budget for it.
Yeah, because that part didn't get discussed at committee because when it was presented to us, it was zero cost to the tribe.
You have the budget?
I do, I don't use it. This was just a cautionary application in case, because when I applied, we weren't quite sure if my office was gonna put on the training, or that was before the Native Governance Center accepted to run the training.
So could we just remove that part of $10,000 then, or is $10,000?
Well, that's kind of what he offered.
So the facility rent, where would that be at? 2,500.
I went for the casino and I yet to hear back from Cindy.
Okay. The meals, light refreshments will be 1,500. Lights, meals and light refreshments. The contractual will be 5,500, so that would go to him. Go to the government.
Where does the $10,000 come from?
She said from carryover out of the 638.
Because it was presented to committee that this is a zero cost for the tribe. And so I don't feel comfortable bringing it forward if it's changed that much, I guess. Because that $10,000 is a lot of money to spend on something that was presented to committee to be free to the tribe.
It was just a precautionary application.
Can't we take it and give it to the casino? They need the money.
But she's saying that the $10,000 we have to come up with. It's not they're giving us $10,000, it's we have to.
No, the bureau is.
Well, that's what I just asked. That's what I just asked. Do we have to pay for this? And you said yes. So that's why I was very confused.
So the Bureau's giving us this money for the training?
Yes.
And then
The
this,
deadline is August 29th, apply for the carryover funding.
We have to apply to the BIA for the 10,000 by August 29th. And then if they give it to us, then we can go forth with the training.
Thank
So
you. It just was not presented like that at committee at all. So that's why I'm so confused.
Yeah, so basically, they're gonna pay for it if we put in the application, the Bureau will, the BIA. Out of their carryovers.
And we'll give it all to the casino for hosting.
Yeah.
I'm just very confused because that's not how it was presented today.
Should we word
Well,
it?
maybe if we just scratch that part where they presented to committee, because it was not presented to committee for the $10,000.
We didn't have a quorum for governmental.
Okay.
affairs.
Yeah.
When I
We'll
got
have to
all of
scratch
this
that.
together, the budget and, because I have to fin, so I submitted the carryover application. And then I didn't know that I have to have the resolution, a justification, and then a budget. So I got that completed in a letter, signed.
Who's gonna do it? Who's gonna be the presenter?
At the Native Government Center, and then my office, as well as some of our own tribal presenters.
Our own people, man.
Yeah, this was just a precautionary application in case there was any funding that they weren't going to cover.
did they get a copy of the budget?
No, because I didn't.
Okay. Would you guys like to see the copy of the budget justification?
Yes.
Okay. I should go make a copy.
I was all confused because it says it went to committee. It's like, well, that's not what we discussed.
So the government center said that they were gonna do it for free.
Well, it's at a cost, but they said they would cover all the costs, that there would be no cost to the tribe is how it was presented to us. That's why I was very confused that there's now a $10,000 budget request, which is I didn't realize.
Sherry, is enrollment coming over?
Oh, I wanted them to. I didn't message them. Should I message them?
We should be 4-5.
Yeah. Sounds okay. Are you gonna call?
Can we do that motion real quick for,
Oh,
recommended?
so we need a motion to move the meeting, the council meeting to the 16th through the 18th. Is that what you guys wanted?
Yes.
I'll second.
Who made it? Motion by Tammy to move the council meeting to September council meeting. The 16th. That's 3 days, all right?
Yeah.
16th, 17th, 18th. Seconded by Totes. Call for the question.
No, I need a
What?
discussion. I'm just curious to, why? Why do we
We're
gotta move
having
it?
our Coalition of Large Tribes meeting during the week of our regular council meeting, and I think there's gonna be.
Triple 7,
Yeah.
That's on the 12th.
and I think Amy's gonna be gone also to
Housing.
house.
So we're not gonna get a quorum, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
And that's why we need to change it?
Yeah.
How many are, alright.
Sure.
Yes.
I usually thought that council meetings were held on behalf of the people. And it seems like Colt's meeting is taking precedence over taking care of our people. We just complained about not having enough council meetings to take care of all our problems. Why are we switching council dates when it's called for in the Constitution? Constitution says the second week on Monday or on months, we're supposed to be having council meetings. Again, I'm gonna ask a question again. I know you guys are tired of me. Why does it take multiple council people to go to one meeting? Pardon my French, but I haven't heard one damn report since I've been sitting here with all the travel that we've been doing. It's not me that's requesting the travel report. It's the Oyate people.
Oyate people are wondering, what kind of production are we bringing back for the tribal members? We require everybody else to do reports, and the council people don't do the reporting themselves. So how in the hell can you guys sit with a straight face and request other people to do reports when we don't do it ourselves? If this keeps going, Madam Chair, I am going to take some drastic actions. Maybe I want to know so I can report to our Oyate what progress you guys are bringing back for the tribal members. That's all I got to say. I'm really frustrated with, we got so much traveling done, and yet we complain about not doing anything for our people and requesting more council meetings. We should cut down on our travel and have council meetings like the regularly scheduled ones, like we're supposed to. If we're leaders, we should be doing that. What are you guys getting done for the people when you guys go to DC? All I gotta say.
Tammy and Mike.
When we, I just want to put this out there because the issue of travel is always really a frustrating issue. And a lot of us, when we do go out, we do actually advocate for this tribe. And if you all were to read your emails from Colt, you will see the advocating that we have done that has affected this tribe in a great way, in a positive way. Not just this tribe, but all the large land-based tribes. These people from Washington, the congressionals, they ain't going to meet with our lobbyists, but they would rather meet with the leaders. And that's exactly what we do when we get there. We meet with them. And it's not just one meeting a day. It's a meeting this time, meeting this time. We're like constantly going from one office to another to meet with these congressionals. And we have a list of issues that we present, and we speak on behalf of our own tribes because everybody else has people there. Sometimes there's meetings going on 2 at a time where one of us will go this way and the other one will go that way and the other one will go that way. But we always make sure that one of us is in these meetings when we go to DC because our voices need to be heard there. They really do. We can send attorneys, we can send lobbyists, but unless they hear it from us and we're there with statistics and data and actual, to support ourselves, they ain't gonna take it serious. So a lot of the changes, if you read your emails from Colt, you will see everything that we advocated for in DC has been addressed. We have curbed a lot of these cuts that are coming to Indian country. And some of them, they're still being worked out, but they're all in the process. That's what I travel for, is to be able to speak, up there and to meet with these congressionals. I don't travel for luxury. I don't travel to go out and be seen and do whatever. I make sure that I'm there to do what I'm supposed to do. So in all honesty, we need to travel to make sure that our voices are heard, because if we're not there, they're not being heard. Guess where all our funds are going? Guess where the rest of everything's going? To all these 638 tribes that have the millions and millions of money to lobby these congressional men, to pay for them, to get what they want. That's why we are lacking funding, because some of us aren't there. We're not speaking on behalf of our own tribe, which I do, which Michelle does, which Lisa does. And if you read your emails, you can see that Colt has taken strides. They're actually recognized now. It's a good thing. So that's why I travel. And moving these council meetings to accommodate, we're not taking away from the people. We're not doing anything. I would like to add an extra day so we can have other discussions like with the casino and the gaming. So I asked for the 16th, 17th, 18th to give everybody a chance to be here on those 3 days. So we can do it as a group. We can do it as council. That's why I asked you. That's all I have to say.
I have something on the 18th, sorry, I don't know if I'll be here for that, so can we
Have
move it
Mike
to the
and
next
then
week?
Mike and then Chris.
Yeah, in reaction to Bob's request, which I think is appropriate. If emailing is the way we find out about these things, I read the emails I get and they tell me people have been there, but that's all they tell me. And it's generalization, it doesn't really, get into specifics at all. But aside from that, these reports should be delivered here at these meetings, not by email. That's what's always been expected. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
I have Chris, Sherry, and then Michelle.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I didn't know I had my hand up. Yeah, I guess going forward with that, if we're gonna, because I know at the beginning of the meeting, we made some additions to the agenda. And since we added on move the dates of the set, meetings to another day, I want to address the, resolution 25-205 as well, before we end the day as well, which is the bonuses again. I know we don't like to hear it. I know we should probably just stay quiet out of it, but it's not right. It wasn't right and it wasn't fair. And I have it right here, so what do I have to do to make sure we get copies of it to everyone, or? And then back to what Mike and Bob were talking about. Yeah, of course we have the emails. Our people don't have the emails though, and that's the main advocate that we're trying to get across to is the people that want to know why we're going off so much, because we can't tell them nothing. We just say we don't know. You got to ask them. Oh, well, they don't answer the phone. But that's just the name of the game, and that no one likes hearing that. So maybe they probably would like to hear a report from the said people that go off to DC, Shakopee, wherever these meetings are held. It's not from us, it's from them. But I'll hit you.
I'm sorry, I have Sherry and Michelle and Emily.
In regards to the travel and the reports, I feel like we never have time to get to them. So today I'm gonna make a motion that we set quarterly meetings for everybody who's traveling.
There's a motion on the floor.
Oh.
The motion is to reschedule the September council meetings to the 16th, 17th, and 18th.
Okay, well, I'll pull that motion back and do it afterwards.
Michelle.
That's what, I was just gonna say that there's never an opportunity for us to get through our agenda. We never get through our agenda. We never make it to the part where we give reports. And yes, the emails are given out, and yes, we should present them here, but when do we ever get to it? I'm sitting here texting Lisa, asking when I can get on here for the stuff that I brought up, because we have so many issues. And we spend majority of the time yelling around at each other when we should just be working together. Doesn't look good.
Thank you.
Call for the question.
Question by Sherry. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3,
Not voting.
1.
831, motion carried. Okay, Emily, did you want to go
Can I
through
make a
this?
statement because I wasn't allowed to earlier? I just wanted to make a statement because it seems like we have the same conversation over and over and over, and I don't want to take up too much time, but I try not to travel unless it's absolutely necessary. I haven't done any reporting because I haven't traveled recently. The last time I traveled, I requested from our vice president a time to do my report because I have been doing my reports to the board that I either represent, SWA or one of our committees. I report here to council, and I also report to my community. If there's any other communities besides Parmalee community that would like to hear my report, please reach out. I'm happy to talk. I'm happy to discuss. I'm actually always looking forward to that. If anybody would like a copy of any of my travel reports, please reach out to me and I'm happy to email any of them. The only ones that I have not physically reported, the only one that I have not physically reported on this for was the last one that I requested through the VP. She said at that time that she would bring travel reports underneath her report that she gives underneath the agenda, and we have not gotten to that since then, and I believe that was in like January or February. So I just want to point out that I do feel your frustrations. I myself am trying to find other avenues to get this information out to our people in a timely manner. For example, the ones that we attended in December were very time sensitive because some of the stuff that we learned, we were going to have to make decisions on it the very next month, which is why I kept raising my hand, which is why I kept bringing it onto the floor. But I also get the sense that I bore a lot of people, even all of you sitting around this table, when I give my reports. And I don't want to cause boredom. I don't want to cause, people's loss of time because they have to listen to me. So again, it's all about balance and me finding that appropriate time. So I just wanted to put that out there that there are some of us that do want to give that information out to people, that do have that to give that out to the people. So it's not all everybody's traveling in the recording. Thank you.
Yeah, I have mine readily available too that I do pass out, but I don't have time to explain, and we haven't gotten under my report yet, so. And what, do you want to go
Don't we
with
hard
this?
copy anymore?
I do. I send mine out.
I think that's what Robert really.
Because I have to attach it to my travel report and finance before it gets reconciled.
Well, I'm all about saving the environment, unless you want necessarily, I'm happy to print them out if that's what you prefer, but I didn't know that that was required. I've been asking.
I thought there was a motion to go green. Yeah, there's. I emailed you. Jerry, are you comfortable going through with this?
Yes.
Okay. The resolution number is 215, so emergency legislation.
Move for 2025.
Motion by Annalee, seconded by Toth. Question. It's for emergency legislation. And all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion approved. It's 215.
Only 225, 250.
Second. And go ahead and read it in.
Everybody got a chance to review the budget and everything? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Third whereas the Bureau of Indian Affairs has notified the Rosebud Sioux Tribe of available 2025 carryover funding that may be distributed to the tribe on a one-time, non-reoccurring basis, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Legislative Affairs Office is working to provide orientation training for the Tribal Council and Tribal Administration to strengthen the tribe's capacity to exercise sovereignty through leadership and development, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Legislative Affairs Office presented its request, we'll strike that. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the recommendation of that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe approves to accept the funds for the specified purpose to be administered by Legislative Affairs and directs the tribal president or designee to sign all documents to ensure the funds are awarded in place into the 638 grant.
Discussion, Mike?
This is in reference again to the $10,000 in the training program, right?
Yes.
The contract calls for a total cost of $35,705. So who's going to pay the difference?
So the way it was explained to committee, that there would be zero cost to the tribe, so that the governance, that those costs are covered by them. They'll cover their own costs. And the way she explained it this morning, this $10,000 is an additional fund, kind of like as a cushion, because they weren't sure if they could cover things like the food or the meal or the things like
So
that.
it's $35,000.
Somebody's paying for that, but we aren't.
In this, okay, well, it says project agreement, that's why,
Yep. So in one of those little, I'm not sure what page it is, but one of the pages where it talks about that cost, and there's a line in there that says, but none of the cost will be absorbed by the tribe, or it will be, they'll be absorbed.
Just so for the record.
Yeah, that's why I was confused when she brought this, and I saw $10,000, and I was like, this was not what was presented.
So, and also this 10,000, it's not Native Governance Center specific. It's just for any kind of training. So if council wanted like a different kind of training down the road, we could use this 10,000 for that.
And so the only thing that I guess my only reservation that I have is the conversations that we've been having about budgets, the conversations that we're going to continue to have about budgets. And earlier we talked about potentially having to talk about if or when we'd have to look at laying off potential employees. And so, again, if we have carryover funds for $10,000, is this the best use of them looking forward? So that would be my only question. Thank you.
For discussion? Call for the question. Carrie, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Earlier, the discussion that we were having, and I know we moved on because we had some visitors here, but there were some follow-up motions that I wanted to make. So I would like to make a motion to have the RST Communications, RST General Operations, RST President's Office work with the Ancestral Healing Circle to host space and publication, like a, for the families of the Blue Water artifacts to discuss and give input on what to do next with the artifacts.
Was that for the Blue Water Creek stuff that was this morning?
Yes.
Sure, sorry, but who else was it? RC Communications?
President's Office and the General Operations.
The general ops to what?
To work with the Ancestral Healing Circle to host space for the families of the Blue Water artifacts to discuss what to do next.
I'll second that if it's ready.
Did you get that, Madam Secretary? Seconded by Emily. Question by Schultz. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried. I have two more motions to make. I'd also like to make a motion to have the THPO director meet with SGU Cultural Center, Kelly brings 3-1 horses, and the vice president of Tribal Nation Building Community Development, Scott Herman, regarding the SGU Cultural Center and the possibility of that space being able to hold artifacts for the tribe. And for the THPO director to report back to us at next month's during the land and natural community. The longest motion, sorry.
During the what?
Land and Natural Committee report. That's who they report, correct?
You get that, Madam Secretary? Okay. Motion by Sherry. Second, Mike? Yeah. Second by Mike. Question by Totes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
1102.
One more motion to make. I move to have the education committee work with, hold on, let me reword that. Motion to have the education committee draft code requirements to include historical teachings in all of our schools in the Rosebud Reservation that pertain to Lakota history.
Would you repeat that, sure?
Yep. Motion for the education committee to draft code or amend the education code to include all historical events that pertain to.
What about like the
local-
historical curriculum?
Yeah, yeah, sounds good. Historical curriculum, Lakota curriculum.
I'll second.
Is that something in addition to the existing OESU? OESUs, the Ochebe Shakoni Educational, in addition to that? Because we already have that.
Okay.
But I'll bring it up, and I'll reach out if we have any more.
Okay.
Did you get that, Madam Secretary?
Just like all the DEI stuff, when our schools are scared to teach things, I want to make sure at least in history is included.
Our code already has that, but putting more requirements in there would be helpful.
Did Chris second that?
Yes.
Okay. Question. Emily, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
1. Okay. 12, 0, 1.
Council?
Thanks. Okay. Do you get a hold of enrollment?
Yeah, she making copies of the enrollment.
Okay. You want to go on Michelle's issues regarding the law enforcement? We need to go off air for that?
Yeah, it does involve personnel issues.
Mike? By Mike Bolts to have attorneys file a lawsuit against Costello due to the living conditions, seconded by Totes. Any more discussion? Chris, Chris, questions, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting. Okay, Chris.
And we're back. Anyways, I have and she's gone. I have resolution 25-205, and basically why I'm bringing it on is because, well, it needs to be ratified. The money was being moved around and checks were already done and made. And I would like to also have one, but because I have the original still.
The original?
Yeah. Nah. So yes, for those of you that don't know, that are still listening, on Monday last week, the Budget and Finance Committee met and they made a motion to not give the council a bonus this year. And anyways, on Wednesday, we rallied together and we made a petition resolution and we got it signed, 11 signatures. And when I came in to address how that was possible, how that could be done, it was told to me that a resolution supersedes a motion. And it really hits me deep in the heart that we couldn't do this on the floor. We couldn't bring this up on council floor. And so, checks were already done made before this even had 11 signatures. How that happened, I don't know. But another thing too is checks are already made out. They're probably already cashed, and that's probably already gone. So with that, I feel like this resolution has to be ratified in order for it to be justified. And so, before we ratify it, I'd just like to read it for the public record so that they know what was said in the resolution. We'll start with the fourth whereas. Yeah. The purpose of the RST ordinance number 88-12 is to implement Article 4 of the Constitution and bylaws of the Sioux tribe to appropriate and publish the efficient allocations of resources to meet tribal needs and provide public services. Section A law to establish the RST budget fiscal year. And whereas the Sioux Tribal Council has approved and published the general account program-based budget for fiscal year 25, subject to amend depending on an increase in revenue, and whereas the approved fiscal year 25 general fund budget includes a budgeted amount for the payment of 2 bonuses to be paid during the fiscal year 25 and a yearly budget for the Sioux Tribal Council line item. Therefore, be it resolved that the Sioux Tribal Council approves the payment of $500 each to members of the Sioux Tribal Council from the general account program-based budgets for the fiscal year 25. Be it also resolved that the president of the Sioux Tribal and his designees are authorized to direct and execute any and all related documents signed and executed on the behalf of the Sioux Tribe, signed by the Antelope community, the Spring Creek community, the Swift Bear community, Two Strike community, Grass Mountain community, Hedog community, Ideal community, Parmalee community, Ring Thunder community, Rosebud community, and the Soldier Creek community. 11 signatures. And it's just, I don't know. I don't understand the justification on how we were able to get this passed, and yet there was a resolution here about the same day that didn't get 11 signatures.
That's crazy to me, how we'd rather assign something like this than something for the airport. Because when I rolled in here, after they said checks were done, this did not have 11 signatures. But I was told that all the other petitions did. Come to find out, one of them didn't. So someone lied to me in this room. Anyways, those of you that are still listening, you know, those communities that I listed off, ask them why they felt it was important to get 500. Catch it.
You know, the airport one did get signed before this one did. And I'm the one that brought this forth because our tribal president received a $500 check before we even did. And that's not on here. She's an elected official too. And when that motion was made, Bob, you did stand up, and Bob always tells us this, that we don't deserve one, that council doesn't need one. Bob tells us that every time. And I don't even remember who made the motion. But you guys, I didn't say anything because I just assumed that we were part of the RST employees. And I even came in and I said, hey, you know, where's our checks at? And they're like, no, you guys don't get one because it wasn't in the motion. They said anytime we do a motion from here on out for RST employees that we have to specify administrators and council reps. And you know, I didn't do it to degrade the people. I didn't do it to be selfish. And you know, this body here, so, you know, we do deserve it. Some of, you know, we work 24/7 too, and we give a lot of our money. We help the people with our funding, and this was a very, for the people it was important. We did, a lot of us just gave that money away to the people also. So it was beneficial to us because we used it right. It didn't go toward our families. We did good by it. And then all this stuff was going out there. And remember, everybody, there's always two sides to every story. In the casino with that one remark where we owe $1 million in taxes, this body doesn't, the casino does. And Mike, Wayne, and someone else is diligently working on that. The money's there, but the process the check hasn't been put forth yet. So, you know, if we want to go there, holy buckets, man. How much money has we requested motion after motion to show the people where a lot of this money is going to. And none of our motions are followed through. But with this, and I told my community officers that I was pushing this through. And I said not to be selfish or greedy or anything, but every employee here got that. And some are requesting $1,000 because they worked for the tribe. Now, are we going to consider that selfish? Or are we going to consider that helping the people? Maybe we should start saying everybody needs to volunteer their time when we have fairs or anything because we work for the people. This wasn't being selfish, you guys, or greedy. We all spent our money a good way for the people too. We did. So I was the one that initiated this because I thought it was unfair that our tribal president received one and she was an elected official too. And it wasn't and that's not even mentioned in here. It's just falls back on us again. Thank you.
Tammy and Chris.
Speaking of bonuses and whatnot, I know I put the fair on here on the agenda, and I did that for a reason because we need to see the budget, exactly how that money was expended. I'm hearing rumors that, you know, employees were paid $30 an hour to work during the fair and are being paid $1,000 to $3,000 bonuses. And we hear that every year. I mean, every year. But the offer for other employees to work during the fair is never out there to everybody. It's just certain programs. Why? I don't know. But to me, I think, we need to address that. We need to figure out, are they gonna get the extra bonus? Are they getting the $30 an hour? What exactly is happening? Plus, the tickets that, we've seen in the chat, where the carnival gives out tickets.
I'm call point of order because we're just specifically talking about this resolution for council only, not anyone else.
I'll make a
No,
motion to ratify, resolution number 2025-205.
Roll call vote.
Motion by Tammy to ratify.
Okay.
I still had my hand up after her, but
I'll second it.
Sharon seconded it.
Sherry seconded it.
you get a roll call then?
Question.
I'll question.
Question by Totes.
So I don't get to say anything after
Roll
that?
call vote.
Okay, I'll start with the third RAS. RAS, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to appropriate for public purposes of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe available tribal council funds pursuant to Article 4, Section 1G of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and whereas the purpose of RST Ordinance Number 8812 is to implement Article 4 of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to appropriate and publish the efficient allocation of resources to meet tribal needs and provide public services, a law to establish the RST budget fiscal year, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has approved and published the general account program base budgets for FY25 subject to amendment depending on the increase in revenue, and whereas the approved FY 2025 general fund budget includes a budget amount for the payment of 2 bonuses to be paid during FY 25 in the yearly budget for the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council line item, and therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the payment of $500 each to members of the RST Tribal Council from the general account program-based budgets for FY 25, and be it also resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his designee are authorized and directed to execute any and all related documents to sign and execute the behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Okay, we have, so on the rules of ratifying, I don't know if we have any room for discussion on it. I just asked Madam Secretary because once it's signed, it's pretty much approved. So I don't know, I'll have to look into that, but did you have something to say, Chris?
Yeah, before it was ratified, before we made a motion to ratify, I did have my hand up. And then, we just tried moving on. That's crazy. I understand that I'm coming off very disrespectful, and I do apologize to each and every one of you because you guys don't deserve that. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. That's not for me to decide. I'm acting with emotion, and so I apologize. I'm really upset though with the fact that I'm only talking about council, just us in this room, this us body right here. Not the administration, not our tribal workers, no one else, just us. For some reason, we can't just talk about us. We have to bring these people down with us. We have to bring these people down with us. We can't just sit here and talk about us, why council deserves it and why council doesn't deserve it. Maybe we do. Heck yeah, $500. Oh yeah, that would help out a lot. That would help out a lot, but it's not fair. It is not fair to all those people out there that were struggling just to get by, that were struggling just to get to the fair. It's not us that makes the fair happen. It's the Oyate out there that makes it happen. It's the people that come in from far away that make it happen. And they were struggling. They were struggling just to eat. They were struggling just to have fun, just so that their kids can still be kids. And yeah, what do I know? I don't have kids. I don't have grandkids. I live in a rundown RV with no water. And I love my life. I love living there. I love living like an Ushika person because I am an Ushika person. And that's who I always will be. And that's why I want to stand up for everyone else just like me out there that does not get a fair chance like this. It was wrong and there was no integrity behind it. So you guys can justify it as much as you want. But I understand how the basis of once you get involved with council and you try to step in front of their money, they become different people. They say mean things about you. They become mean and aggressive people. And I get it. I understand what money can do. So to all my people out there, sorry.
Sherry, Bob, and Emily.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Totes for doing this for us. I know that my family really needed it. I had a long summer in Omaha taking care of my mom, and I have a lot of young relatives that really benefited from this, and not just relatives, but kids that I didn't know at the fair that walked around thirsty, hungry, looking for tickets, hitting us up for 20, 15, 10. And you know what? I had it. I had it to give it to them. I had it to help them. If this is a public shaming, mission accomplished, but I'm not ashamed. I signed this. I'm not ashamed of it. I have sat on this council for 2 terms and 8 months. And within that time, there are plenty of bonuses that I did not take. One was for $10,000. I didn't take it. I took $500 one, and I'm not ashamed of it. And I'm not going to explain myself. Please excuse me for the rest of the meeting, Madam Chair. I need to get home and tend to my family. Thank you.
Do we have a question or a question on that? Did Michelle question?
Are we to ratify?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Roll call vote, let's call.
Yeah, I was a little.
Vote one?
Yes.
Todd Fairchild is absent. Christopher Eaglehead?
No.
Kelby Wright is absent. Stanley Woodenuck Jr.?
Oh.
John Hollowhorn Bear?
Yep.
Royal Yellowhawk?
Oh, gee.
Robert Redley?
No.
Charles Woodbury Jr. is absent. Bill Marshall is absent. Wayne Frederick is absent. Emily Boyd Belandra?
No, but I'd like to make a statement if I have to wait till we're done, then I can.
Alvin Bearhill Sr. is absent. Sherry Wright Plank?
Yes.
Cameron Wilcox?
Yes.
Lila Kilsensight is absent. Michael Bolt Sr.
No. Yes. No, I'm sorry.
No?
Yes. You said yes.
Yes? You said no?
Oh, it's no.
You said
I'm
no,
sorry.
yes. You said no, yes, no, yes.
You gotta give allowance for the old guy.
Ben Blackman III?
Yes.
Mary Little Thunder? Absent. Eight yes. 4 no. 0 abstain, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 absent. 8, 4, 0, 8. Motion carried. 8, 4, 8, or 4 opposed. 0 abstained, and 8 absent. Motion carried. Emily?
Thank you, I just wanted.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob was
Sorry,
before you.
sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead, sorry.
Bob and then Emily.
Y'all sitting here listening. In my own language, I used to say, I greet you guys with a hearty handshake. But this time I can't say that. Because I'm very disappointed in you guys. We collectively agreed to not take a bonus, all of us, everyone sitting here. Just like my colleague mentioned, if there was any opposition, that was the time to bring it up so we could have it shown on TV. But yet you chose to stay quiet. And under the table, action was done. I didn't get a text message. I didn't get a phone call. I don't even know if I have a check back there because I'm the one that suggests that we don't take a bonus. And I made that suggestion primarily because I got a lot of text messages. I know you guys say that, but I'm going to say that now. I got a lot of text messages from our Oyate people watching on TV regarding these bonuses. They say take your leadership seriously. Show us that you guys are willing to make a sacrifice. We have to. That's why I suggested that. There are some programs that can't afford bonuses. They have to take sacrifices. People elected us as leaders. We should show an example that we're capable of making sacrifices in order to show leadership, which we failed. I don't know. I'm just really extremely disappointed in you guys. I know those that talk about we deserved it, but we don't judge ourselves. We let the people judge us. They elected us. They're the ones that determined if we should deserve that raise or not, that bonus. I went to the powwow and I seen a grandma sitting there staring at people that's sitting with Indian tacos. One of my colas was sitting there with ragged shoes on, drumming to a drum beat. And my heart went out for that guy because he didn't have nothing. And yet he was enjoying himself at that powwow. Due to him making that sacrifice. And I know that one of my colleagues, Mr. Eagle Bear, said that he doesn't have a family, he doesn't have kids. But you know what? He's got a heart. We got to show our people that we're leaders and we're capable of making sacrifices to lead them. This position is all about money. We make fun of this current administration that the United States is living by. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. We're the same here. We get a lot of council money. I mean, to me it is. That's a lot of money for me. I'm going to suggest that if you guys like to travel, you guys start using your own money. See how it impacts you guys. I am really disappointed. I used to look up to you guys. To show strong leadership, and we failed at. And I hope that when we done that roll call vote, I hope that Oyate people were listening. They're watching TV, I hope. Madam Chair, if I got a check back there, I am not going to accept that. I am not going to accept that check. To show that I'm willing to make sacrifices of my Moyate people. And I'm not asking if I'm lima kegla na uyate ki mak lila himang da ka lo. Eto tuktel yoki and we chop them nektash. You know, that's the way it's going to be. You know, I have to show leadership skills that I'm willing to make sacrifices. But head to Allah.
Emily.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to make a quick statement because I know my vote probably looks a little wish-washy there, but whenever I got the message about the petition resolution for the courthouse or whatever it was, I came down to sign that, and I was also told that there was another one here. So I personally misunderstood our last conversation. It's apparent because when we discussed it at last council's meeting, I was at that budget and finance meeting, and the discussion that was had was if budgets were approved of, then no action needs to be taken. You just follow the protocol or whatever is to be for bonuses. So because we already approved a budget that I assumed had already had the employees' bonuses in there, that there should have been no action taken from council. So that is my fault for misunderstanding that. So because of that, that is why I signed. And I think I might have even been the 11th one that got everything going, and I didn't even realize that. As soon as I signed, I started getting texts saying, you guys went against this, and calling me greedy, calling me names, calling me, all this other stuff under the sun. So because of that, I reached out to the finance department and told them I would not be accepting my check, that please void it. So I just wanted everybody to know that that happened that day that we signed. It was my misunderstanding for even signing the petition contract or petition resolution, thinking that it was okay when really it wasn't. And so I just wanted to apologize for council here, for the people listening and everybody for that misunderstanding on my part, because I am one of the ones who also feel that it is not fair. I'm not saying we're not deserving, because I really feel that many of us, if not all of us, are very, if not more than deserving. But that's also all of our people. A lot of our people outside of this room are also hard workers. A lot of our people outside of this room also gave so much of their time and energy and continue to do that for our tribe, and are often undervalued and not seen or not heard. So because of that, that is why I chose to void and not accept. And I just wanted to give that explanation. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Motion to adjourn? Motion to recess?
I'll move to adjourn.
Motion by Mike to adjourn. Second?
Will we do the undone business at a later time then?
I'm gonna have to.
Or those committees and other questions, Chris?
Question?
It is.
Question? All right, Willie, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Opposed?
Opposed, 1, 2, 3. 3.
Not voting.
Are you guys close? I gotta hand for opposed. Not one. So 4 opposed.
4 opposed. Willie said. How many voted for it?
740 is what she said.
What?
740.
740.
I opposed it. I opposed it.
I don't blame you.
Hey, guys. Love everybody.
Yes, tell my relatives.
The chicken.